The timer hit 0, losers. You know what that means.
Making a mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
Digimon. Clip it and ship it, baby. Clip it and ship it. It means yapping for another hour? Never. We can yap while playing Digimon. I just want to play Digimon, dude. I want to play her so goddamn bad. Also, hold on, real quick. I'm not even gonna click into this yet because I'll let that go. That's actually good timing. Good timing. Where is it? Oh my god. Seriously though, where is it? You mentioned clown outfit. We do. We've had a clown design for a long time. But why can't I find it? Did I put it under fan art? Really? Is it in the fan art section? Hello? Nope, that's not it.
Oh my god! Okay, it's happening! Everybody
there it is.
What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure? Stay calm! Wait. Everybody calm down!
Hold your goddamn horses. Hold your goddamn horses, okay? Y'all have seen the clown before. It is nothing new. There's the clown. There's the clown that we had that was done by a friend years ago. And it is still the one that, like, probably with a little modifications here and there. I've seen mini clowns. That is true. That is very true. The thing is, though, this is the one that I really like and would love to have it as, like, a 3D model. I love the tassels. I love, like, the little eyes on the sleeves. If you get a close-up, there's extra eyes over the top. See? They're on the hat, and then there's 2 more directly above the prime eyes. This was literally designed before Digital Circus came out. I was first, baby. Saying hello from work. Hope you have a good stream. Hi, Free. Enjoy work. Also, y'all started a hype train? How did y'all start a hype train off one? Weird. Very weird. But yeah, at some point we'll get this design done. Maybe we'll get it done after the Marinus Pomni all along. Who knows? Hi, Soul. Sneaky. Yeah, I don't know why it suddenly started doing that. It used to be 2 things. Very weird. I was gonna say, yeah, this one was done years before the first episode of Digital Circus even aired. But we still gotta do the summer outfit, you guys. I wanted to have the summer outfit done before this summer. But honestly, I'm thinking at the closest, it's probably not gonna be done until like, Jesus. At the earliest, late summer, like it's autumn. No, this next coming summer. Summer 2026 is the goal. And we have currently exactly $0 put towards it. $0.
What's your pleasure? What's your fear?
Because we're trying to move and everything's still expensive. And I had to cut into savings today. I had to pull out some of the move money I'd set aside because I needed to get prescription stuff. It was only like $10, but it was because I had no money in my checking account. Also, Newt Cyber. Oh, that reminds me. Did I don't think I've added the monthly prescription back to Throne. I don't think I did. Let me see. No, it's not on there. I gotta add it back. All right, hold on. Where's the ad? Oh, there it is. It's the brain healthies. I need to add the brain healthies back to Throne. I always forget to do that immediately after because I'm stupid. Crowdfunding, $90. Wish list. Okay, it has been added to the wish list. Summer outfit ready for Southern Hemisphere summer 2039. Hey, at the rate we're going, maybe. Fucking maybe, dude. The thing is, though, is the summer outfit is supposed to be like swimsuit, summer fit, and diving gear all in one. So it'll be pretty expensive. It'll be pretty expensive to an extent. I'm still not 100% sure between, what was it, getting 2D or 3D. It's still up in the air. I'm still trying to figure it out because Drool did offer me a like 25% discount for the arts. Because this model took so long to do the art for. But at the same time, I kind of want to do 3D. Into Clownamon? Clownamon? You're thinking of Piedmon? Piedmon? I think it's the one you're thinking of. It's fucking October. Yeah, it is October. The thing is, though, is these things take time. I'm still waiting. So we debuted this model, chat. We debuted this model back in the spring, right? Back in the spring. I was supposed to have a second background done for that debut. It's still not done. It's still in the sketch phase. Because the artist is so busy. Summer outfit 2039, so camo, lead shielding, and a rebreather. No, this isn't military diving equipment. You fucking goofball. I'm seeing too many fucking Christmas decorations. Seeing one Christmas decoration right now is too many. Hi, Tootsie. There's the Bingus. Goon Bingus. Goon Bingus, if you will. Let me go get the sign. I must get the sign. There it is. Got her. Got her. Already set up his Christmas tree? What? That thing's gonna be rotted by the time it gets to Christmas. Did I tell you about the A? No, what? I'll tell you about the AI Santa phone? What? There's an AI Santa phone. Because of course there is. Do they still do the thing like they used to do on older phone networks where you would have to pay like per minute? Or is it free? Is it free? I need to know if it's free. That determines if it's cute, like half-hearted fun, as opposed to some corporation trying to suck money out of children. I'm not safe anywhere. The name follows me. We need more Thanksgiving movies. The fuck we do. Thanksgiving movies are lame. Name a good Thanksgiving movie. Go on, I'll wait. Thank you guys for the hype train, by the way. I'm sorry I didn't respond to that. Marino, Digivolve, Maringo, 8th sequence clown, 8th sequence, no. No, not Lord of the Mysteries. Check media share. Okay, let me go see. Media share, media share, media share. Oh, that's not AI. Is it? Or is it like... Hold on, what does it say on the back? A family visits 1933, Mr. Christmas telephone. 60 minutes include... Oh, it's a phone plan! For children ages 3 and up, easiest setup, connect to wireless network via your smartphone. 60 minutes included when you buy the phone. Pay for additional time each year if you need it. I hate it. I hate it. I'm gonna go bite Halo. I don't think you can bite Halo. He's a paper bag with horrors beyond comprehension underneath it. Revenge of the Turkey, 72 hours with horrible people and uncomfortable history. It's that, or you get like the dumb, sappy American like Thanksgiving type shits where it's always like Oh, I'm a corporate woman trying to climb the corporate ladder. I feel unfulfilled, so I'm going on vacation for Thanksgiving to go visit my family in my little podunk town that I grew up in, I don't know, Virginia. It's always Hallmark movies. That's always what it is. I am discussing Hallmark. I know I am. I know I'm not. That's Hallmark Christmas movies. That's every single Hallmark holiday movie. And that is all you were ever going to get if you asked for a Thanksgiving movie. Or some weird thing about like a corporation taking over a town that sells like really shitty frozen turkeys. And the main cast is going to be like a family run turkey farm. And you're supposed to sympathize with the small man, even though the big corporation probably already owns his farm. And tries to like propagandize weird American values down and like entrepreneurial spirit and weird shit into you, even though none of it's true, none of it's real, and none of it ever existed. Norwegian chocolate? What makes it Norwegian chocolate? Eldritch ways to divide him? Only decent actual Thanksgiving movie I know is Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. Does that count as Thanksgiving? That doesn't count as Thanksgiving. That was sold year round. The fact that it's made in Norway? Fair enough. Was the chocolate made by Sai? Sai can't make chocolate, silly. Hi, Fairbanks. Hallmark reject modernity, embrace trad wife and trad husbandry, and secret racism. Very subtle racism, yes. It is. It's thing. It's thing. What makes it Norwegian? What makes you Texan? I was made in Texas. Steve Martin's trying to get home for Thanksgiving, and it's huh? Steve Martin. I don't know who Steve Martin is. It's going to be a Thanksgiving movie, but it's not actually the Thanksgiving the event, but Thanksgiving in the form of punches and giving thanks. I'm banning the Harry Potter movies now because fuck that. How come those count as Halloween movies? The thing is, okay, so when it comes to quote Halloween themed things, those movies, especially for kids Halloween movies can be anything that has like supernatural stuff in it, fantasy stuff in it. And like Harry Potter is kind of dark, grim, and magical. And the world that they designed is kind of fantastical in its own way, with unusual kind of dark and grim colors to it. So I can see like families that have young kids being like, yeah, sure, Harry Potter is an age-appropriate Halloween movie, even if they're complete fucking dog trash. Yes, correct. They're not good movies. They're not good movies. Start your kids young, people. Make them watch Scream 1 at age 6. Cordless hole punchers? Not the cordless hole puncher. Texas. Yeah, Texas. Born and raised in Texas. 6, start them at 2. No, at 2 you start them with Halloween 1. And then probably... what are some other ones? Frankenstein? Halloween Town. Yeah, Halloween Town over Harry Potter. Hocus Pocus, for Pete's sake. You're born in New Jersey. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense that you were born in New Jersey. You poor man. You poor little dingus. Hocus Pocus bores me. That's fully understandable because it was made for children. Like, I couldn't watch Halloween Town now. I would fucking snooze myself into whatever coma would develop. Poor bastard, said a New Yorker. Good lord. Good lord. I forget, chat. Did I ever tell you I almost moved to New York? When I was in college and like COVID had just hit, I was looking for mortuary jobs straight out of college, and I applied to a job early as shit in the morning, like for shits and giggles. I think it was like 9. I applied at 9 in the morning to a job in Jamaica, New York. New York City. It's basically a section. It was Jamaica. I think it was Jamaica Hospital for their morgue. And this is when, like, of course, one of the world's largest cities is in full swing of people dying from COVID. I got a call 15 minutes later. 15 minutes. And it is a panicked man on the phone that just goes, Is this blah, blah, blah? I go, yeah, yes, it is. How can I help you? He goes, when can you start? Oh, what? I haven't even had an interview. Wait, what is this for? Because I was doing like a bunch of applications. Like, this is Jamaica Hospital. You applied for the morgue position, correct? Yes. Well, when can you start? When can you come in and like sign paperwork? And I go, well, I thought I was applying for this for like the end of semester in a couple weeks. I'm in Texas. And he was like, okay, do you know somebody like around here that can come and fill out the paperwork for you? They were no, not Jamaica the country, Jamaica Hospital in New York City. They wanted me there so bad. They were willing to take a proxy to fill out the employment applications and then me come up there after the end of the semester. This was in 2020. This is 2020, spring of 2020. Floods way too easily just because it's a blue state doesn't mean the people aren't racist. Oh yeah, I mean, it was better than Texas at the time. Thing was though, is I still had a few weeks left and this person wanted me there right now. Right now. Is way out there. Yeah, I knew it was like way, it's like north, isn't it? It's like the way ass end north side. Scary Godmother is, oh my God. Scary Godmother's Halloween's, goodness, Spooktacular is such a fever dream now. Honestly though, it was a good movie. It is cute, it is whimsical, it has a very dated animation style. Finally someone who wants to hire. That was in 2020. That was in 2020 and they were so desperate to just have hands to be able to move corpses that they, like, again, I submitted that application, essentially took a piss, and then they called me wanting me to be there from Texas. Is Halloween's equivalent of Grandma got run over by a reindeer? Yes, you are correct. Grandma got run over by a reindeer. Listen, that movie still holds up, baby. Still holds up. It's basically a Hallmark movie, but it still holds up. And Long Island stops. Yeah, that makes sense. That's what I figured, Hectic. I remember looking at the map at the time too, because I wasn't stupid enough to be like, where's Jamaica, New York? And I found that. And I was like, I wonder what would have happened if I had taken that job. Because technically I was doing my classes remote, and I probably could have. But I also had... Wait, no, I didn't. I was unemployed at the time. I don't remember exactly what I was thinking at the time. I think it was because I felt like I needed to finish the semester. Closer to a 2-hour telenovela than a Hallmark movie. It has the same, like, corporation wants to buy out family business. But then you slam in, like, Santa's real, and Santa took your concussed grandma to the North Pole. We live in Long Island. We have our fair share of foul weather. Also, of course, New York City fucking floods. It has one of the world's shittiest fucking drainage systems and is all concrete. You build a city that has a good drainage system and you don't have to worry about it. Points at Tokyo. We literally saw what the Tokyo Underground looks like in this game. Did you think they made up what the underground looks like here? No. Cousin Mel was hot. Shut up about Cousin Mel. We're not talking about Cousin Mel. You can be horny for the worst person in the movie if you want. But I deny it, Witch Penguin. Amnesiac grandma to the North Pole for a year and your greedy cousin wants to sell the family candy shop. Was it candy shop? I thought it was like a novelty shop for Christmas. Trying to pave the swamps in Jersey. Yep. Yeah, because they keep paving shit where like runoff and storm control usually be, especially natural storm control. Oh my God, why is our city flooding? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because you sank a bunch of wooden boats to build a foundation so that you could pile on dirt to make an artificial islands. That more than likely underneath itself is falling apart. It was the original Christmas tree shop. Yeah. If you remember correct, I'm pretty sure it was like a novelty Christmas store that did like all kinds of Christmas stuff. You keep your Christmas shit out of my eyes until after the 5th of December. I can agree with that. I like I'm very excited to see Christmas in Europe because I had a project. This is when I was in middle school. And annoyingly, I was in the gifted and talented thing. Of course, the person joins gifted and talented, gets lost after adulthood, has no idea what to do with themselves, ends up VTuber. Congratulations, it's the pipeline. But one of the things we did one year was essentially we had to learn the traditions of another country, like what their Christmas traditions were, as like our final semester project, and we'd have to do a presentation on them. We had to bake like one of their special treats, and we'd bring it in and everybody would get to try it. I had an ordained, don't shoot me, I had Denmark. The country I did was Denmark. Ordained, one of my local stops, started pulling out Christmas stuff in June? Gross. Was the Atlantis all along just so much shittier than we gonna sink into the bay so soon? Ugh. It's fine, we don't get much flooding here. Sandy was a worst case scenario. And again, it's because assholes are trying to fill in the wetlands with concrete. Yeah. What of Denmark? That's it, that's all. That's the one that I had to study. Already celebrating Christmas 2039? Why do y'all keep saying 2039? Why does everybody... Wait, was it just you? Is it just you, Penguin? Are you the one who keeps saying 2039? Clown outfit, 2039. I live next to a river in a valley in New Jersey. Jersey. Tumblr posted the gifted student to burnout pipeline is a mirror to the high school jock unable to go pro, and it's real. Yep. One good thing that comes to releasing Christmas stuff early, the Christmas limited candies are out. What are Christmas limited candies? Orange chocolates? Just a little bit left to go for this game. Speaking of this game, click. As you can see, there's a different Digimon in here. Hold on, I'm just double checking the timer. Okay. Chat, do you want to see what I did? I evolved a lot of Digimon. I finally got Wormmon to Digivolve. It took me long enough to get Wormmon to Digivolve. Finally got the Almon, or no, was it Falcomon to Digivolve into Peckmon. Not bad. I got a bunch of the armor Digivolved because that's from like a side mission. I also have her, Calamaramon, and she gets the slide Digivolve. She can Digivolve mid-combat. You got your Common Rider? I did get my Common Rider. I also Digivolved him. You know what's funny too is I farmed so many Digimon to like load into these guys that here I can show you. Witchmon. I already have the stats to get Lady Devimon as soon as we unlock the next rank. Digital Ridermon? Yep. Yep. I don't think I'm as close for this one. Yeah, we're just missing speed, but she's only like 50 away, 40 away, 41 away. That's not gonna be too bad. The thing too is can you see the level up there? Her max level is 67. That's crazy. I like for the holidays taste bad or is overpriced. It's usually white chocolate variants of already existing ones. Hers is only 46, 40, 43, 47, 63 on Cubimon. That's not what I wanted. I wanted to go back here. Yes, I also did evolve Renamon into Cubimon. It took me... If you look up at the Digivolution history, you can see the one that I thought she was going to turn into was the very wrong one. I farmed out the wrong stats and then had to re-farm out the stats afterwards. That you aren't going to data load? The thing is you have no idea how many Digimon I pumped into each one of these. So the thing that I did last night, we had a movie night. I was playing Digimon the entire time and I was farming in a single zone where there was the shaman. We're just gonna go with shaman, all the machine guys and stuff. Basically just one tiny zone that was like one part of the story. But I farmed it for over 4 hours.
Well, look.
And I would get all of those Digimon. I would Digivolve them all to champion, and then I would pump them into these other ones. Hold on a second. No, I was watching the movie too. I just like multitasking. I can't sit still and watch one thing. I was watching both movies. Ask the people that were there. I was yapping in chat the entire time. I almost did a third movie last night. We ended up watching 2 movies instead of just the one that I had planned. But yeah, so we basically did like a whole zone. It was not very big. It was really only like 1 combat area and 2 boss fights. It was really more of a side thing to get the train running. So y'all remember when we played Saturday, it was basically, you need to go to Junomon's temple to be able to get ported back to the human world. And it's basically just, okay, that's cool. That'll be really useful. But it was like, oh, but the train's broken. And the only way we can get the train working is by turning on the power to the rest of the world, because apparently there's only a single factory that runs everything. I was there, Marin. I saw how you reacted to the weird ass third movie. It was weird. Why did it end like that? It just ends with the guy yelling into the phone, turn off the third channel, turn it off, turn it off. Credits. Huh? And there's no Michael Myers, which is apparently part of the original plan, because apparently the Halloween series was supposed to be an anthology. You. Excellent. But yeah, I literally just got this guy and then I got off for the night. I can also get on him. Anyway, we're going to the next zone, baby. Ready to board? Yes. Guardian Palace. Good lord. What was it called? Halloween 3 Season of the Witch?
Talk about bright.
Jesus.
So that's where the Digimon who watches over the gate is. Do you think Junomon will let us go back to our world?
Let us? I'll make sure to get you back to your dad. Lurky Lurk, hi Queens.
We'll be there soon.
Locomon.
There should be someone there waiting for us.
I want that rank 5, goddammit. I want to be able to get ultimate Digimon. Let me have my ultimate Digimon. I need it. And I need to do farm zone because I farmed the shit out of the last one.
Oh my god! Okay, it's happening! Everybody stay calm! What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure?
Welcome to the gates of heaven, kids.
Wait. Everybody calm down!
Wait, when did y'all get here?
You are. I'm glad you all made it.
How did you get here before us?
I'm hearing stories about your wins out there. You sure are something else. Even Junomon can't wait to meet you.
The train was down.
You guys are getting ahead of yourselves.
They were
Reel
in
it in,
Central
would you?
Town earlier.
Oops. Sorry about that, Minerva.
Yeah, our bad.
And did you fall into
Come on,
Queen
let's
Amon?
go.
Oh my
Junomon's
god.
waiting for us up ahead.
Come out so that you can digi-ride your humanoid mons? I mean, I'm pretty sure if you have Leomon, I saw somebody post a video of it. If you have Leo, why are they all babies here? Oh, wait, what the hell? Oh my god. Hey, chat. Oh, this one's also the one from the costumes that Sunstar gave me. I can't do it because it requires us to be in Tokyo. Okay, I guess why did you just give me all of those? All right, kids, we're going to do side missions. Welcome to the zone that I did yesterday. Okay, where do I need to go? Androidmon? You think this is bad? You haven't seen shit? I'm getting side quests all at once? That's what I just did. I just got 4 at once. The thing is, I never progress the story as long as we have a side mission. Lemon is in serious condition. Cause of damage. Artillery fire. It must have been from back then. Well, yeah. During the chaotic battle, your defense systems were taken over by the Titans. Situation is now under control, but we require a large amount of metal to fix the damage. Wait, don't I have a lot of metal? Okay. Oh, you. Production lines are inoperative and the cause is insufficient material. Main standstill, there's no change in the situation. We've lost contact with Loader Leomon, the one who moves production materials from the mines. That's bad. I said the situation, I can't leave my station. Why do you do it with the blink emote? The sheer number of people who want their pretty lady mons to carry them is hilarious. The number of people I've seen who are upset that Lady Angemon does not carry you like princess style is innumerable. 10 minutes is over, and more importantly, to deliver the Kron Digizoid. Or, okay, that is one hell of an aim. Leomon is safe. You're as concerned for the well-being as I am for Kron Digizord or Jesus. She doesn't refunds game. You monster! But no, what I was thinking about Leomon is if you have Leomon, apparently he like puts an arm up and you sit on his biceps. All right, let's go find Loader Leomon. Worker prone to violence, exercise due caution. We're gonna have to fight him, aren't we? Oh wait, this is a different mission. Yeah, okay, so that's a completely different mission. Oh, it just teleports us there? I guess it makes sense, because I never saw the... Drill, X-Great, who are you, Titan Flunkies? No. Garchmon's worried. Who's that? I'm having fun drilling now? Don't bother me. I have never seen this Leomon. 40 stream streak! Holy shit, dude. Oh, I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. Alright, fuck it, we ball. Oh, okay, this will be easy. This will be fine. This will be fine. From the same series as Geo Greymon? I don't know. I've never seen Loader Leomon, so... Damn it, I lost to a Titan Flunky at that. I'm not with the Titans. But now that you've mentioned it, just stay right there. I'll ask Gargemon. I just... Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, beep, beep. Titans here, what? They're gone? All these guys cleared them out? Yeah. Yeah. I did a lot of work for you, mister. Killed literally hundreds. Okay. Brought the goods, thank God. Give me my points. Yes, excellent. Excellent. Hell yeah. Alright. You is still... Oh. Ah, sure, why not? Attacking deals magic damage? Sick. Sick! Who's that? Who's what now? Production's proceeding smoothly, so I can assist you, can provide with materials on the spot, so please speak to me if you need anything. Ooh! Okay, so we had to do one side mission to do the other. Okay, that makes sense. Clever. I have the medal. I have the medal. Who was that? Loader Leomon. I have never seen that Leomon before. Complete. Blimon has been restored to their prior state. I shall be going now. Bye, Andromon. I like Andromon. I also like Super Andromon. Oh, I need to talk to you. Ready to fly across the skies again? You helped me get all fixed up. Thanks, here. This is all for all your help. Let's go. Give me the stuff.
Step inside.
Oh. Jiro, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? All right. 55. Damn. Damn. All right. We have other missions we need to do too. Go here. Okay. Trials, Solarmon. Solarmon's probably going to be here. Because the Titans are in the way. Maybe I should go downtown and rethink the plan. Okay. Oh, looks like I have to. It looks like both of these are actually in Central Town. Pretty funny rideable Digimon. Do you ride on top of him? Because I had multiple Blimpmons. Here, chat. Do you want me to go get a Blimpmon real quick? I'll go get a Blimpmon. Hold on. Let's go get a Blimpmon. Here, come on. Excuse me, pardon me. Got places to be. Oh, right. Too fats. Too fats. Blimp mom? No, Blimp mom. I'm pretty sure there's people that are into Blimp moms. There's some weird fetishes out there. I also know there's like, what is this? Mega Blimpmon or is it Super Blimpmon? Also, let me grab this. Yoink. But yeah, this is the one combat zone in this whole area. Oh, wait, you guys are here now. Huh, wait, is this not a combat zone anymore? Oh, I don't think it is. Fuck. Yes, it's not a combat zone anymore. Damn it. Okay. It would have been easy too. Because at this point, I have so many stat boosts that I could turn what was basically a level 1 or like a in training all the way up to champion at level 1. Oh, wait, no, it's this way. Oop, yoink. Iron texture. Who's my favorite Digimon? Dianamon. Dianamon. Or maybe... You know what? I'm not sure. I am not sure who my #1 favorite is. Dianamon's pretty high up there, but I don't know if I for sure have like this is the one. Okay, yeah, they were in Central Town. Lurk check. All right, sound off, guys. Who's hiding here? Who hasn't said anything today? I need to see some emotes. I need to say hi's. Also, you better not call me mommy. Somebody called me that earlier. I think it was Ashura. And I meant to say something about it. I am not mommy. I am mother. You will get it right, and you will buy me a Mother's Day gift. Don't you fucking forget it. What about Papa? No. I am not nearly old enough to be Papa. Solarmon. You're not my mom. What's wrong? Oh yeah, that's one of the bits too, is for some reason we keep calling Solarmon Hagurumon. It's very funny for some reason. Trusted aid of Master Bearmon? Haven't lived up to my master's expectations yet, but I can't do anything right. Wait, are you done with the Bear Brothers? Granny! How the fuck dare you? All right, what are we doing? Hello? Something? Oh, top of the tower. Oh, man. Wait, I'm pretty sure we can just... Hold on a second. Is it this one? Okay, yeah.
Great.
But also very important, I have to beat up this Tyrannomon.
There.
Excuse me, pardon me.
Preparations complete.
A Baron's Day gift to call you Baron? No, just, is there a Baron's Day? Have y'all created a holiday? Did y'all create a holiday without me? Lekismon? Yeah, that's the one that I have. Oh yeah, I know they're recolors of each other, but they're very obviously two different colors. But our character keeps calling Solarmon Hagurumon. Oh shit, over and over. Today's National Marin Day? All right, then you better go to Throne, kids. Or is today National Day of Failures? Or is that tomorrow? I forget. All right, yoink. Can I? Yes. Yes, there's something there. What is it? Oh my god. Okay, so he's hanging out way down here. Excuse me, pardon me. Here. No, fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off. Fuck off, I said. I do not want to fight the Beemons. We have enough Beemons. It's Wasmon
That
now.
one. Preparations complete.
This Wasmon I can bully.
Here I go.
And they already fell asleep. Oh, poor baby.
Heck yeah.
We can finally be bees. Okay, yeah, we have to talk to Solarmon first. Finally came to. Did you find a Parrotmon plume? Please, that's an easy task for a guy like me. I'm sure I'll find one real soon. I came to find Parrotmon plumes on orders from Master Bearmon, so all the sparkly stuff scattered around, that's gotta be Parrotmon plume in there. With the world's worst timing, tides have shown up. Can you help me find one? Yeah, on it. I guess I just can't pick them up? Do I only need to find like one? Wait, what did that say? Plume-shaped candy wrapper? Damn it.
That one.
That's funny, actually.
Ready to launch.
Man, this is good news. We can be bees. No, that's next week. Is it? Is National Day of Failure next week? I thought it was tomorrow. Could be today. Somebody Google it.
Heck yeah.
Have we reached National Day of Failure? Today's the day, chat. Today's the day that you can just be a failure.
You got it. Ready to go.
Included Iramon? Who's that? Schmack.
Now it's my turn.
Wait, wasn't there? There it is. Quill pen. Okay. Oh, this is Solarmon to building.
Got it. Ready to go.
The Gall. Enjoy your lurk, Gall. Have a good stream. Fun playing. Thank you, Gall. Oh, hell yeah. Okay. Okay, he's still down here. Thank you for self-care, Pippin. Okay. Hand it over. I'll give you one of the items I found. Most of the work, but I won't. I did most of the work. Okay. I guess, dude. Cool. I suppose you did. Whatever you say, buddy. All right, hold on. Go here. There it is. Craftsman partner, Zudamon. Attack.
That one. Ready to launch.
Is it today? It's National Failure Day? Yeah. Today's National Failure Day and therefore National Marin Day. Therefore, you should go to the throne. Or to Kofi. All right. Because what do you do when you fail in life, chat? What did people used to do when they failed in life? They joined. Say it with me. The circus. Right? Right? Here, we'll turn the speed up a little bit until we get into actually progressing the story. Okay. Wait a second. Oh, and we may be able to still get a Blimpmon. Hold on a second. Kind of want a Toy Agumon, but this should do. This should still get us what we want. There we go. There's our Blimpmon. He has eyes on top and bottom. Jesus. Ooh. Sure, we'll keep an Ogremon. I did run into a Digitomamon at one point while I was farming. I did not beat him. I was not able to beat him, which was very unfortunate. We need to go to Central Tower entrance. Would I recommend this game? Abso-fucking-lute. Oh, wait, no, this is not where I wanted to go. Come back here, bird. Town. Ah, Locomon will get us close. Girl failure right here? How dare you, sir? How dare you? All right. Yeah, see, this is what happens when you ride Witchmons. You get on her broom. Whee! A better range of Digimon? Yeah. If you don't even know Digimon, yes, I agree. Amber's my life, now it's broken. It's chipped really bad. I actually take good care of it, but I got a little carried away while working. Always sad when beloved tool breaks. No, my phone gun! So you understand my pain? We craftsmen pour our souls into our tools after all. There's still a way to fix my hammer. All I need is some... Oh. Sure. Yeah, I mean, we already got the thing. We should probably just be able to go talk to... what's his name? Andromon. Sorry, not Andromon. Gardromon. What kind of Digizoid? Not Digizoid. It was like Digizoidite, which is like a mineral. Digimon anime clears Pokemon anime. Completely agree. 100%. All right, let me in. This way. Please and thank you. Okay, do I need to buy it? Am I gonna have to pay for it? That's okay, I have plenty of money. I do have the bunch of money. Production's going smoothly thanks to your sense. Now what can I do for you? Ending the subject will require Crow Digizort metal, isn't it? Please take this. It's a precious material, but I can give you a small portion. Hell yeah. Easy peasy, baby. Yeah, sometimes these missions are just... What's the word? Simple, just run somewhere else. Digimon direct-to-TV movies are about equal in quality to an average Digimon episode. Yep. All right. And then after this, we'll spend all the agent points that we got. Fixed hammer, take the metal, hammer's partner at work and in battle. Without it, I might as well be dead. Whoa, buddy. Okay. That should be all the missions we had. That wasn't so bad. Time to go spend all the agent points. 270? Oh, good lord. Okay, what do we spend them on? Let's get some new cross arts. Reverse, deal moderate damage to all, applies reverse. Huh. Deal extreme damage to one? That may be useful. Okay. And then we'll go spend this in other sections. There. Where's this one? Reduce SP cost. Training time reduction. Yeah, I want that. Where's the training time reduction here? That's not it. Oh, it's here. It's way over here. We'll put that there. And that there. Because why not? What does that give us? Boost intelligence by 30%? Damn. Okay. Back to the new zone. Yeah, we are a smidgen away. Honestly, we'll probably go talk to Junomon, and that'll probably give us the rank. It'll probably count as finishing a mission when we get to Junomon, is what I'm guessing. It's more like Pokemon or Cyber Sleuth? Yes. Wait a second. Angelmon. Business here, you may proceed inside. Okay, why are they all children here?
What's your pleasure? What's
Enjoy your
fear?
lurk. Deet fan dubs. Hey, thank you so much for giving me so many laughs and some things I'll never forget. Aw, thanks, Deets. Ooh. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Kirinmon, Magna Angemon. That's another Angemon I don't recognize. Actually, both of these aren't. I don't recognize either of those. I did not realize how big this Digimon was. Can I talk to you? No, I can't. That's Holy Dramon? Holy Dragon? I forget. Something like that. Oh, hello. Oh, Phenomon and Seraphimon. Ooh. Sword Angemon on the left. Ah, that makes sense considering his arms were swords.
So this is the Great Guardian. Well met, Aegyoman. You have done well to return to this world. So too has Minervamon and
Mother of God, those are huge.
Surely they are but a mere glimpse.
Lurk check. We got another one, kids.
A fortuitous
Just for the ad break, too. Slash Angemon and Clavis Angemon. Clavis?
What's all this
Clavis?
Guardian stuff about? Well, that egg I was looking for.
Lurk check and then immediately lurk, Duka. Were you looking for something to click to show that you were
When
lurking?
you first opened your eyes. I mean, I've seen your mind-blowing power myself. No doubt about it.
Define
You're the great
mind-blowing
guardian
power.
from the egg.
I don't think he's... Well, he actually does. He does pretty decent damage right now.
Acknowledge you as the
Mandatory view message. Go Seka Turnip.
Now then, Great
Good afternoon, chat. Ordain has requested a mandatory view message, as well as the lurk check brought to you by Tuko Kaminara. It is deeply requested right now that you leave a message, an emote, or simply just say hi.
As custodian of this tale. All in the hopes of
And great lighting overall.
toward its noble cause upon advent into this world.
Okay. 3 minutes until the
Iliad
ad
was
break.
once safeguarded by two beings of absolute power. The wise warden Homeros, overseer of law and order, and the brilliant
Homeros?
guardian Chronomon, protector of Iliad.
That's not a Digimon.
The presence of these two beings allowed for an extended period of peace and prosperity. Yet one day, the
Okay,
wicked
Twitch is a
forces of the
bitch.
Titans conspired to take over Iliad, launching an assault on our domain.
All those
In order
Ogremon.
to protect our people, Chronomon engaged the Titans on the field of battle. After a fierce and terrible conflict, the Titan forces were routed, driven back into the very depths of the earth.
Okay.
Chronomon suffered wounds most fatally.
Is this literally just an analogy for the fucking gods fight against the Titans in Greek mythology?
With his last breath, that his will would pass onto another
But
guardian.
it's just not
when the
Zeus that
peace of
doesn't.
Iliad was once again threatened by evil. Chronomon then perished, leaving behind a single egg.
Of course, giant holy chicken leaves
That
behind
would
egg.
come to be enshrined at the seat of the wise warden Homeros in a temple symbolizing the peace of Iliad. Thus would the people of Iliad await the eventual revival of the Great Guardian.
Is it really a revival if it's a whole other Digimon? Completely different motherfuckers. You are technically, well,
Our care of the legendary egg was unerring.
they're technically different aspects of the same
The Titans
gods.
have of late begun making incursions into every corner of our digital world, Iliad. We
So,
must protect the world from them, O Great Guardian. For this purpose
V1?
and this purpose alone were you born.
wait. V1 as in Ultra Kill V1?
All this Chronomon and Great Guardian stuff, no matter how you explain it, I just don't get it.
I see. In that case, allow me to turn the topic to you humans. I am told you wish to return to your original world, yes?
Yes.
Yes, that's right.
I am loath to inform you that opening the gate is not so simple a task.
No! Of course it wasn't. Of course it wasn't going to be simple.
The human world will most certainly be affected. In the past, the conflict of Digimon has brought harm to the world of man.
Mothman? What do you mean,
Events of years past
Mothman?
forced more stringent limits upon the gate's operation.
Also, hi, Dr. Demo.
Years passed.
Demo.
If you wish to open the gate, you must aid in the efforts of the Great Guardian, your Aegeomon.
So you're blackmailing me is what I'm hearing.
The people of Iliad. I should be.
Oh, blackmail? How did you know that was my one
Working
weakness?
No matter what. After all.
Okay, hold on. Ad break's gonna
That's what
start
we
any
promised
second,
back
chat.
on that Starry
Do
Night
y'all
in
want
Shinjuku.
the matching cards? Do you want something else? We're putting this conversation literally just sitting here on pause. You ready for tonight? Yes, I am. Is it blackmail? It's not blackmail. It's more like extortion, kind of. Words, please. All right, we'll get y'all words. We will get y'all words. Let me make sure it's loaded up. Add break. All right. I am not going to go anywhere because I have full water. I will give you the music and I will mute that. Turn it up just a bit. Words. Yes, words. Manipulate Mon. God damn. I like the flashcards. Listen, though, we've done the flashcards, though, what? 18? No. At least we did like 16 hours of flashcard for commercial breaks the last 2 stream days. Oh boy. Yeah, it's Phantom. Action guaranteed. Of course, she's manipulated, but she's Juno. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Couldn't we have just had Janus instead? I would rather have Janus. He's the god of doors. At least he'd probably be nicer. Flashcards? Do you mean Gardencon stream? No, not those. The stream pairs. That's the game. The game's called Stream Pairs. They have the crackhead drawings. Oh no. Oh no. All right, hold on. Why do I have so many notifications? Who are you people? Mudkip. Oh my god, apparently I was so far behind on the general chat in Discord that it was not scrolling anymore. Oh god, I gotta sneeze. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh goodness. Granted, do y'all ever get that like post sneeze, like, what is it? Clarity, weirdly? Not like mental clarity, but like sinus clarity. That shit feels so good. It's a mix of Roman and Greek myths for the Digimon, like Minervamon and Junomon. Yep. Still got a minute. All right, we'll do another round. One more round. Don't fuck it up. Don't fuck it up. Bomb. Okay. Seems like a different flavor to the 13 Royal Knights. That's usually what it is. There's a lot of things like that, factions that are like that all across Digimon. Between the Royal Knights, the Olympus 12, there's of course the Spirit Evolutions. Rulers and guardians of just the digital world? No, they're specifically rulers of Iliad, which is one section of the digital world. There's different sections, or essentially alternate dimensions of the digital worlds, where they're like all different. And then they all connect to different aspects of Earth, like different timelines of Earth, which is why apparently, even though we're in essentially the same location as Digimon Cyber Sleuth, over the span of 8 years, the same stuff is not happening on top of each other. Okay. Come on, one more word, guys. There we go. There we go. Think of like the digital world, like a bunch of galaxies floating around each other, and each one has like a different pantheon. Oh, goodness. Okay. Bored. All right, that's the end of that. We're back from commercial break. No more music. Back to our conversation. Wait, your dad's alive. My dad's the one that's missing. Abyss area. Ooh, are we about to find a bunch of dark Digimon? What are we talking about? Digimon? And Juno's massive chest? It's totally not where I'm locked into. Mind your business. Why are you whispering to yourself like that, my dude? Do you not have an internal voice? Talking about phased electron life forms? Yes, phased electron life forms. Oh, it is muted. That's my bad. That is my bad. There we go. Do I get points? No, but I do get more side missions, apparently. Fuck! We're gonna get Platinum Dumamon's jewelry this time for sure. Oh, good lord. Okay, let's go to these, because then we get rank 5. Okay. And plus, it's already unlocked the Abyss area for us, so we can just go there from there.
Reach the Abyss area.
More things to do!
I have to go report to Marukimon, so I can't go with you.
Of course you can't. Of course you can't. You never can.
Just fine without me. We're counting on you.
Yeah, I remember the music so hard I forgot to unmute the game.
We've been verifying the information you sent me. And as I mentioned,
Ooh.
we've come up with a theory. The unsolved cases Adamus has been keeping track of. We feel the majority of them may have been caused by Digimon.
Like the missing
Urban
people or the
legends,
people being
folklore,
murdered?
myths, all
Why does
presumably
this corpse
survived
burn to a crisp in the middle of this parking lot? That doesn't make any sense.
If Dr. Yuki were alive, I have to wonder how he
What do you
would
mean
feel.
we're alive? I thought he was just
One
missing.
thing I can say for sure, though, your investigation will reveal the truth of this world, and may help us find a solution to the crisis in 8 years. Realistically, believing that to be true is our only option. I'm counting on you.
I do know they have it. I do know for sure they have it, brethren. Self-combust mod? God damn it. Shut up. Thank you, Demo. All right. All aboard. Okay, this is talking to Coronamon. What do you need, Coronamon? So Blimpon's back. Yay, now we can go anywhere we want again. Sorry to worry you, I fixed up good as new, so I'll fit to fly anywhere. Blimpon's so cool, but they won't beat me. Hmm? You can do it. Okay, what does this have to do with anything? Now I can go to the cosmic area. Training in a legendary spot will give me an awesome shape. What? The cosmic area? Fabled place, the world's end, full of harsh environments and battle-scarred events. So I'm gonna train in the cosmic area and become a big shot in both rep and reality. Those times will think twice about messing with our town, even if you aren't around. Do we have another place to go farm? Brewskis, baby, brewskis. They always bring a pack? Gross. I can't go to the cosmic area, kid. Rip. Huh? Apparently it's a crazy climb with scorching heat and bitter cold. I only just got fixed up, so I'm not knitted out for a trip to the Inns of Iliad. Is that what the side mission's gonna be? It's gonna be us gearing Blimpmon so that he can go to the cosmic area. Thank goodness. Lunamon chickening out. What was that you said? Nothing. Don't worry about it. But if you get it now, right, you can't go to the cosmic area. You want to train, do it here in town. Dang it, this isn't fair. The legendary cosmic area is the only place that... Let's go, all the rules to play and jobs to do. There's hope for this town after all. Is there any way to reach the cosmic area? Now you want to go there too? I wouldn't recommend it, but pretty sure there's a way to get there, but I still don't have the necessary gear. For heat cosmic, I need a cooler, and for chill cosmic, I need a heater. Wait, there's two different ones? Let's go find some. You really mean it would help those kids, huh? Now that it's back up and running, the factorial area might have a cooler. I go to the factorial area for work sometimes, but never to the village. All right, guess we're going to the factorial area. Again. Okay. I feel like it probably is. It almost certainly is. I would not doubt it. Hi, Mummy Mon. Okay. Yeah, sometimes they give you side missions and then it's just like, all right, you can't continue the story until you finish the side missions. Oh, hey, there's Loader Leon. Oh, shit. He's just on top of the fucking building. Aren't you supposed to be mining, Loader Leomon? Give me that.
Wow.
Wait, I thought they said Datamon. Am I coming to talk to the Vadamon instead? Hey, buddy. Need to buy a cooler. Cooler, you want today's your lucky day, right here. 10 million yen? Fuck that. $10,000 sold. Don't tell anybody. Sold. Yeah. 10,000 works, okay? Oh, hey, it teleports us right back. Fuck yeah. Okay. Got a cooler last. Hot places are no longer a worry. I'm sure we can reach heat cosmic too as long as we steer clear of any cold zones. Can you go and let Coronamon know? Tell that kid I'm ready to fly anytime. Wait, Bonbon has a cooler installed? Wait, do I not need to go get the heater now? You really intend to go there? Naturally, it'll be fine. Now let's go see Bluntmon. Okay. Scammed by the aliens? Yeah, the aliens always try to scam you. If you're not beating their ass, then they're trying to scam you. May not look it, but I'm ready to beat the heat, so shall we go? Okay, I guess. Wait, what about the other thing? Don't we still need a healer? Not a healer, a heater. There we go, heater. Bleh. Bleh. Oh, he's actually just gone. Coronamon be okay? I'm sure he'll be fine. Where's this leave me? I got this for Coronamon when he said he wanted to travel, but I'm giving it to you. So what now? I need to come up with a game plan too? Coronamon makes me so mad. I'm gonna sick Vinny on him as soon as he gets back. Anyway, thanks for everything. You were a big help. Okay. Alright, Bearmon. Bearmon time! Where are you, little shit stick? Is this way? I must go this way? Are we going into the sewer again? Is that what this mission's gonna be? Yeah, it's definitely gonna be into the sewer, isn't it? No? Wait. Oh, okay, here they are. What's up, shit stick? I'll follow you to the end of Iliad, Master? Master? Don't you say anything funny, okay? Oh, I was marked onto Solarmon. That's where I was confused. Oh, look who it is. Guess what? I found somebody who bet way better than the likes of you. A Solarmon. Really? Esther, please, you're embarrassing me? Oh my god. This is the one who brought me a Parrotmon feather. Pretty impressive, right? I totally wasn't the one that got that parrot feather for you. Mandatory view message. Go suck a cactus, Twitch. Oh my god, yes, we have to poke fun. I keep telling you, I'm not a Groovemon, I'm Solarmon, and don't you forget it. Gonna give you a chance to redeem yourself? Yeah, because, like, I'm a nice guy. I'm about to go get the jewelry in the underground. You can come if you want to help. If you wait too long, we'll make off with it all. Best join us while you can. Okay. Okay, now we're going to the sewer. Excuse me, pardon me. I just checked all my cabinets for candy corn. I'm all out. My heart's broken. What do you mean you're all out? Did you still have some left over? Also, it's not even Halloween yet. Hold on a second. Digimon setup. What do you mean Angemon's max level? Well, I can't tell what this one is. I think we'll just digivolve him in a second because we'll unlock it into a potato. No, we'll digivolve him into whatever that entity is.
Great.
Okay, it's the side room over here. Oh, the Numemon. Well, not Numemon. Gonna move on. We're talking about Platinum Numemon. This is our big break. I'll leave this one to you, bro. Show us yourself. Oh, hi. See how strong the thing looks? It's way out of my league. Let's try poking it with a stick. Delirious, let me calm down and think this through. We gotta do something, okay? Tell you what. I'll let you take the lead on this one. Okay, sure. Okay. I had a secret stash, but I forgot where I left it. You're telling me you have a secret stash of candy corn, but you have no idea where you put it? That seems, foolish? They do have very round, pokeable eyes. Oh, goodness. Hold on, I need a drink of water. Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Now it's my Here I go.
Okay, but like none of those were the Platinum Numemon, so... Question mark? You actually beat Platinum Numemon? That is, none of those were Platinum Numemon. But where's the jewelry? I want everything looking high and low. I found out the jewelry was hidden under its butt. What? Jewelry will be, that's, look at him go. Look at that buddy go. I don't know how glass when I see it, ain't no mistake. Damn it, where's that jewelry? If you don't find it, our whole plan's down the drain. Yes, it does have armor digivolution. All that hard work, I'm so frustrated. All I want to do is eat. No amount of wang's gonna turn the glass into jewelry. Big bro, you're giving up? I ain't giving up nothing. This particular Platinum Numemon just turned out to be a bust. I'm tired. I say we head back and rest up. Try again some other day. You got that, little bro? Oh my god, is this gonna be a series of side quests? Gather info at the tavern? Are y'all even old enough to be at the tavern?
Great.
How would you know if it's Platinum? It's the one that's running around behind us that has the wings and the jewelry on it. Oh, I remember what I was gonna do. I was gonna swap some setups around. Yeah. Also, yes, there's armor digivolutions. Like, we have Seraphimon, Flame Dramon, of course, Light Dramon. And then we have this one, Shuramon. Did Digimon have drinking ages? I don't know. I honestly could not tell you. That I think is part of the concern. Us in chat after subscribing to Merry-Go-Rounds on Twitch TV? What do you mean? Oh? I don't care if it's a tight or whatever. No one's a match for me? Really? One hit with my energy bomb and it's over? Timid hits from afar, huh? Does the enemy really scare you that much? Nothing can rival close quarters combats. My fist of ice will shatter all those miserable titans. External damage alone is foolish. Internal destruction is much more efficient and certain. Allow me to demonstrate how my digital bomb instantly breaks down hostile targets from within. What's the matter with you people? Maybe I'll just loose a bomb right here. How about that? That was not who I was trying to talk to. On some sweet treasure you want to share? Hoping you'd share with me. I'm looking for Dumon's jewelry. That don't seem right. Tell me the tale. I see what happened. Those are platinum Numons you defeated. Platinum Numenon's platinum colored. I hear it stays deep in the sewers too, so look hard. It's no easy foe either. If you mean to go after it, you'd best watch yourself. Okay. Elaborate on how big. What define big? You talking about these? Oh, all these down here? I could not tell you. That's the job for Kono. Okay, so I'm just guessing that we're gonna have to do that. Jesus. All right, let's also go ahead and gear him on. Go back, go back. Digivolution, not high enough. Wait a second. Make sure we turn her back into that, because I had to de-digivolve her before. Shinjuku Inferno, can I unsubscribe to this junk mail messages? In which part?
Great.
Well, I'm kind of glad though that we are dealing enough damage to wipe these guys out. In one hit, that does make this a lot easier. Oh, this guy maybe not.
Got it. Ready to launch.
Here I go! Nice bomb!
Same message again and again. Operator. The one in the message.
That one. Ready to go.
Okay. What ugly son of a bitch are you? Oh god, Darugamon! Ugh. Thanks, I hate it. Sure, you can be Kiwimon. I am fine with that. Maybe we'll get Parrotmon afterwards. Hey, there's Cherrybon. Don't be mean to Darugamon. He deserves it.
Ready to launch.
He deserves it. This is what I was doing last night, is every time I converted something, or every time I beat something,
Ready to go.
I convert it instantly, and then we digivolve it as high as we can, and then we pump it into whatever we can. You can become Alphamon? Eh. Yeah. Also, there's that drill Digimon again. I refuse. I will not be nice to him.
There. Ready to go.
It's also, this is the only spot that this guy seems to spawn.
Here I go! Nice bomb!
Here goes.
That's very unkind, Mon. What do you mean? I see you right there, Kuramon. You're not gonna get me.
There. Ready to go.
Meanie Marin, Mom? What do you mean, meanie? Schmack.
Ready to go.
Also, am I gonna run into the Platinum Numemon, or is this game just trying to get me to find a random encounter?
Well done.
That's a very important distinction. Schmack.
Do it. Preparations complete.
That went well. Dexmon? Are you in here? No. Ugh. I think it actually wants me to just get a random encounter.
Wow.
I think that's what it wants me to do, but I don't know for sure. Am I blind? Is it actually like somewhere on the walls or something? You, come here.
You got it. Ready to launch.
Oh? Why are you talking to me? I thought they had to be in the Digi Farm to try and talk to me. Interesting.
There.
Oh, that was worth it. Can't hit that guy, apparently. Does somebody know about this mission? Do I need to look up this mission?
Do it. Ready to launch.
We'll do this. Schmack.
Well done.
Death Wall. Ooh.
Wow.
Dr. Simmons is kind of weird. What do you mean weird? She's fantastic. I love her.
Do it.
I love her.
That one. Ready to launch.
Do something to give no direction on where or what to do. He is a random encounter, but I just didn't know if it was going to be like a stage thing for the side mission or if I have to find him as a random encounter.
Great.
Oh, these guys are spawning back in. There he is. This little chuckle fuck.
Do it. Ready to go. Here I go.
He was not at the bottom. He was all the way at the top.
Here I go. Here goes. Sunbeam blow.
Yeah.
Here I go. Here goes. Sunbeam blow. Now it's my
Not the poo-poo. Hiding behind you the whole time? Yes, apparently. I do kind of wonder if he was there when we spawned in. Oh, okay, it's just teleporting me. Keeping guard, keeping guard. Ah, intruder, stop right there. You're standing out in the public square, dude. What are you keeping guard from? Busy keeping watch over the town? Leave us alone? God, guys, y'all are such losers. There's no jewelry around here. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. It's a real deal. I don't believe it. Where did you find it? I beat the shit around. Around where? Oh, forget it. I don't care anyway. It's about that jewelry. You're giving it to us, right? Had to work hard for it. God, fine. I'll trade you for it. I'll trade with you if you insist. I won't even let you have... We got stashed away special? Pipe down? No, what are you saying? Okay. I'll trade it. Ah, it's an aura. It's an aura card. Oh man. No man. All right, just give me my points. Just give me my agent points. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Let's do this. We need. There it is. That one. this one. Where is... Okay. I don't think we have any... Oh, this one does. Okay. Also, wait. Rank 5? Rank 5? Come on. Hell yeah, dude. The best. The best around. Nothing's ever gonna bring you down. Look at her. Sick. Our intelligence is a long way away. Jesus. Oh, good lord. What is that? Speed at 744? Okay. But yeah, we already have a Nepherdemon, so we don't really need it, but... Jesus, she is so far away. She is so far away. Oh no. Oh, but we could do this. My Devimon lady. Alright. Who is this? Okay, that works. That works. That's totally fine. Seedramon. Travagomon. Shut up. Dare I? Dare I? Yeah, fuck it, we do it. Fuck it, we ball. Okay. Do we? I think I'm obligated to pump it in so that we can get Infirmon. Speed is still a good, decent way away, so... Whoop, not what I wanted. You. 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 Okay. We need more speed. We need more speed! Yeah, it's speed. I don't think we have any speed boosters. Nope. What is that? Of Quadrastay? Quadrastay? Nothing beats Jet 2-amon. Gotta do the Platinum Numamon XP buff. Oh. How do you get Calamarimon? Oh. You get Lanamon. Lanamon we got from this one. From Gizamon. And then you just slide evolution. And you can do it mid-combat. You can do it anytime. I just like Calamarimon better than Lanamon. A lot of the Spirit Evolution Digimon are like that in this game. So RQ? RQ? Real quick. Okay, I thought it was real quick. I just wasn't sure if it was a different acronym. My brain read it and I was like, wait. And then I saw the question. For some reason, I thought that real quick, and then the question was two different people because I was stupid. This is the one that I want, I'm pretty sure. I think that's Mummymon, but I'm not sure. Closer. What is our speed? We're actually very close. Jesus. Do I have anything I can pump into him right now? Nope. All right, let's go back to the... Oh, that's the wrong thing. I clicked the wrong thing out of habit. All right, we need to go back to the train station. And then we're going to the Abyssal Zone where we get new Digimon. New zone, new zone. This way. Wrong way. Wrong way for a second. Mandatory view message. Fuck you, Twitch. I have a bad habit of pressing enter. Listen. Ooh. Oh, Abyssal is in water. Oh. Okay. I was thinking Abyssal is in darkness. God, that is the big Seadramon. Abyss area. Okay. Oh no, Guapamon is here too. Shit. What's up, Goatfoot?
I really am this great guardian.
Should I be getting my mallet? Maybe a little bit.
I wouldn't worry about it too much. You're still Agemon.
Do we need to manually reset Ordain? I don't know. I don't know if you can manually reset Ordain. How would you reset a...
It's not like I hate
Think this next word through very carefully. A Dutch person.
Myself in the human world.
A Danish person. No.
Well, I don't have to worry about that kind of thing. The people in this world need me. I'm sorry life in the human world was so hard for you.
You're on thin fucking ice.
No, I wasn't trying to say that.
I had to think for a second because I know if I thought too fast and I was thinking of a nationality that starts with a D, I would say Danish way too fast. Oh. So we turned to Shinjuku. Works for me.
Yeah. Agemon, once all this is over, and the gate
What is your tongue doing in there, man? That looked weird as hell.
I think you'll... No, never mind. Sorry, forget I said anything.
Sure.
Come on, time to get going. First things first, let's head for that ocean site.
Ocean sight? Gimme. Wait, what did you say? Had he known about it, your adoptive father dedicated his life to unraveling anomalous phenomena? Still the same shit. Fuck off! Oh, that's one of the Digimon that sells cards. Okay, Crabmon. Oh, several Crabmon. Huh. Do you have a gun? Wait, I did not realize that Octomon had a gun. Who is that? I have no idea what Digimon that is. And your dad is dead? The dad that adopted you? The dead dad? Also remember Shinjuku Inferno? Yeah.
They haven't suffered any damage from the Titans yet, from the looks of things.
Yet?
We should go learn more about what's going on.
Also, the Shogun Gekomon is so funny. Okay. Okay, I couldn't turn the camera for a second. What do you got? Do you got upgrades? Do you got new stuff, Guapamon? Ooh, you do. Not much, but you got at least level 2 stuff. That's pretty good. Heavy Strike 9? I have 9 Heavy Strike discs? Jesus. I think we're good for now. Do you have anything new? Oh, yes you do. Jesus. Attack and intelligence? Intelligence and special? Gimme. Yeah, we're taking some of these. Okay. Those are upgraded accessories. That'll be good to put on some of the Digimon shortly. could mute operator. I feel like it wouldn't take anything from the story. Honestly, yeah. It would help us fight the Titans, you say? At Junamon's request? I'm happy to hear it. In that case, can I ask you something? His name is Shajinmon? Can you go and check on one of our own forces? Digimon is known as Shellmon. Nasty rumor about that one going around. We might have a traitor in our midst, if you catch my drift. If there's any ocean Digimon that is probably like a traitor, it's going to be Shellmon. 2 years, Lone Wolf? Well, thank you for renewing your season pass. Holy shit, dude. All right. Shellmon would let her guard down and talk to outsiders like you. That's where you come in, if you'd be so kind. The house is on the edge of the village. It looks like we've been asked for help. I'm curious about the rumor of a Titan sighting, too. Let's head back to the edge of the village. Okay, then. Yum. This way. Oh, Shellmon! Oh, wait, this way. Wait, what's up here? I need to know. Why are all of these sleeping? Where's the map? Okay, that just goes to a different zone, it seems. Is 1/4 of Budamon? Really? Budamon. I don't know what he looks like. But it does look like we actually found compatible Digimon. How you doing here, buddy?
Wow.
Oh, we should probably interact with this. Just so that it's on the map. Because it wasn't there a second ago. Where was the village again? You're lost. It seems like it's just a bunch of Sealamon that are swimming around here that are fightable. Come here. Let me fight you. Let me fight you! I can't. I'm trying to hit the trigger to get to attack it, but I can't. Probably doesn't bode well, honestly.
Hello? Anybody here? Is it locked?
She continues to play more Digimon? Of course I play more Digimon! What do you mean? What do you mean? I have 18 hours in this game. When I started earlier today, we're now at 20 hours. We're almost to 20 hours.
The other villagers are worried. They want to know what you're doing holed up.
Why are you almost always just talking to yourself, dude? There's no way they can hear you through that door.
An injury so bad you
Which
can't
part
leave
left?
the house? Are you okay?
The little one with the
Can
goat
anyone
with the
take a
goat
look at
horns,
him?
or I'll stand still. You're probably looking at Lady Devimon, aren't you? The goat? Yes, he's the Digimon. He's Agiomon.
I believe her. I don't think this Digimon is lying.
Okay. Who gave away the horns, the satyr legs?
If it's medicine you need, we'll bring it to you. Where can we get some?
Again, you are not talking loud enough to get through that metal fucking door. Here? Yeah, that's a kid. That's a boy. I don't even know what a Digimon is anymore. Are you sure? Do you want to see, like, Lady Devimon? More wisdom! Oh, hell yeah. What's wrong? What's wrong, Kono? Would you prefer rabbit? Is rabbit better? No? Maybe not? Alright, let's go get some medicine. Where's my next combat zone? I want to bully things. I need to farm new Digimon. Looking for Cove Weed, you say? It takes a bit of expertise, you know? What to do. I think I ought to warn you. Does this say Akumon there, right? They're always trying to steal themselves some Cove Weed. As an expert on the sea, I drive them off, but they're always come back. I never know which one has the stolen goods. Okay, so we're gonna have to beat all of them. Prickly Punch, best keep your wits about you hear me? All right, we have to do the all important thing, and that is Change our outfits to something appropriate. I apparently could not actually target him.
Here we go. Ready to launch.
So I just kind of have to swim into them, I think. And some really neat designs, yep. Which one? What am I saying wrong? Sayuki?
Heck yeah.
I was talking about the sea lemons, the weird fish ones.
Here we go.
Smack.
Ready to go.
Now it's my darkness. Wait!
Missed or resisted on all of them. Crazy work. You know, beating up? It's because I like to farm areas is like my favorite thing to do.
Heck yeah.
Human girl from Digimon Dawn and Dusk who said she wanted to grow up to be big and strong just like Beelzemon? Wait, what? Let's go get this other one that's way back here. Crab.
Here we go. Preparations complete.
Good team. Thank you, Monster. I'm trying to, I want to Digivolve Lekismon as soon as possible. Because I'm tired of looking at the rabbits. We also haven't gotten enough stats on Cubimon for Taumon yet. Oh, there's the Cokeweed. Of course, it was the one that was closest to the beach. So you were experts all along? Why didn't you say so in the first place? Yeah. All right, hold on. Devolve. Intelligence. We're short by like 100. Ugh. They may have to go in the box. Speed, short 40. Hmm. 970. Speed 910. Ooh. Ooh. That's gonna take a while. And then, oh, we did good enough. Hi, Shelmon. Ooh. Sealamon works. Listen, until we get to an area where I can just start like heavy farming. Actually, hold on. I have a curiosity. I'm so upset she goes from Witchmon being rideable to Lady Devimon not being rideable. I'm upset. I'm upset. What do you mean? Oh, wait.
Wow.
What do you mean she can't carry me with her big ass hand?
Shelmon, can you hear me?
Yeah, you can't ride Lady
We brought the
Devimon.
ingredients you needed. Let's just leave it here.
Kamimon. What does Kamimon look like? What's violence? All the violence. All the advancements. Okay then. Wait. Oh, it's Crabmon? Yoink.
Preparations complete.
What are you doing? Glide along like a fish in the water? You're Betamon! You can swim! You have lobed feet! Kick. Wait, cured! Oh man.
Heck yeah.
Okay, hold on.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay. So we're going back to the village, basically. The turtle Digimon with the helmets? Ah. There's a bunch of them running around.
Much appreciated.
Okay. Wait. More times, nay, forgive me rudeness. Nay! Nay! Another door right here that we didn't get. Wrong thing. Oh, it's the little angel one, Marine Angemon. I'm not gonna lie, I do not like Marine Angemon. Considering what, oh.
Great.
Oh. Huh. So that's what the loot boxes here look like. Am I blind? Mega Siegemon and Varusa Edgemon? Yes. Like, let me see. That's Siegemon. That's regular Siegemon. Edgemon up there. And then over here, that's Mega Siegemon. And then I think that's the recolor version that I'm guessing is the War Siegemon. Waru. Oh, hey! We found a dungeon.
Great.
I wonder if we have an aquatic Digimon on our team, if we can ride them. No, I don't even know what the challenge is for that one. I just wanted to lay claim to it. For some reason, there's a Brachiomon here. Where is he? Like, there's tons of them just running around. Oh, hello.
Great.
Yeah. Okay. Is it this one, maybe? Nope. Okay, still just the same thing about singing. Times attack lots these days. Things are crazy here, but relax. 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 It'll be fine. Cedra Digiline, my baby. Listen, Cedra's a good sea Digimon. But I'm not finding... Am I blind? Is anybody else seeing them? Oh yeah, there's a lot of small megas out there. There's some that are even just people size. Jesus, that a Kakumon. Oh goodness, sorry about that. Up that long path that goes north? Okay. So like over here? Yes, hints are always allowed. Hints are welcome, especially if it seems like I'm really lost or I'm not finding what I'm looking for. See, like up here?
Hey, you!
Oh!
You over there!
That'll do it.
I got up here, but now I can't get down.
Is he on top of the
And I've
oh.
got some important
How did
business
you
to
get
take
up
care
there?
of. I'm talking
Maybe.
Basically,
Maybe I
have to
am.
save me at this point, don't you think? Wait, what?
Do I have
You're
to?
not gonna save me? You'd abandon me, throw me to the wolves. Say it so.
I mean, you have no idea how many Kamimon I caught, Digivolved, and then sank into another Digimon. It was a lot because they were also in the factory area.
I thought I'd at least make it to mega level first. Goodbye, cruel world.
I don't know, making it to mega level is a pretty bold assumption, considering most Digimon don't make it past champion.
Like I'd go out like that.
Mandatory view
Hurry
message.
up and save me already.
Chat, this is your moment for a mandatory view message. Please say hi, drop an emote, or leave a message of some kind to show and prove to Twitch that you are still here. Please and thank you. Your cooperation is always greatly appreciated. Like, how do I do? Huh? Do I just...
Do it!
Is it Chopper's V8? It does kind of sound like it, now that you mention it.
Ow! That really smarts. Who even are you?
Step inside.
A moron.
Anybody's got
Thanks for noticing. Monstar, thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
What's your deal, you blockhead?
Nanimon!
Well, at least I'm not some chrome.
We
dome
already
like
know
you.
you're Nanimon. We ran into a Nanimon earlier.
I bet you're a real Mojamon under that helmet of yours.
I couldn't hold a candle to those armpits of yours if I tried.
Hey! You don't talk smack about another Mon's pit, bro.
Pit
When
Bro!
I started it, I'm just
Of course, it's
finishing it.
Nanimon. It's what's funny though is this is not a Digimon. Chat, for those of you who don't know, Nanimon is not a Digimon. He's a Tamagotchi. This is a Tamagotchi that came to the digital world.
Blah.
Yada, yada.
Kill those things with fire. They he does kind of deserve it, not gonna lie.
Guapamon, that's my mama.
He took that name after he came here to try and fit in.
Half and a half.
Nanimon in and of itself is not a Digimon. It is an isekai Tamagotchi.
Wow, that chortle of yours is contagious. I see why they call you Funnymon.
It's
No, that is not true. Technically the counterpart to Tamagotchi, yes.
Oh, that's
But
right.
Nanimon's canon lore is that he transferred from one world to this world and then took a new name and trained himself to be able to fight. Akashic Records terminal and remove this thing from existence? Access the Akashic Records. Oh, here, let's just mount up. It's also, this area does not seem very farmable. Maybe I do need to get a ocean type Digimon to be able to, well, no, it doesn't look like they're, I don't know.
Shelmon, can
Maybe it'll
you
get
hear me?
easier later to be able to
We
farm
found
all
your
of these
medicine.
Digimon.
We'll leave it at the door. And we'll let everyone know this was all just one big misunderstanding. What do we need a reason for? I mean, you're right
All right, we got
here
2
and
minutes until the ad
hurt.
break.
Isn't it normal to care?
Yes, it is. It is normal to care about your fellow people. It is normal to care. If you do not care, that is the abnormality. Empathy is an evolutionary necessity. Oh,
No way. A Titan?
see, how do you know he's a Titan? That's just a Digimon.
Rumors were true after all?
A very ugly one, but that's besides the point.
Please, just hear me out.
That is not the voice you would expect to come out of a Shellmon. I hate it.
This is Divermon. He doesn't want to fight anymore. Don't worry. It's true.
Caring's hard. I don't know, son. Well, I mean, you're British,
just
so
following
you're like
orders.
you basically created
Really?
apathy.
Still,
As a
even if
whole.
That's true. If the other villagers.
So I can't really blame you on that one.
Yeah, I doubt they'd let it slide. But
Game's
it's
name
just
for
like you
evil
said,
Digimon?
right?
Kind of, but I
Need a
guess there's
reason
just
to
certain
care
ones
about
that are
someone when they're
apparently
hurt.
Titan Digimon.
Apparently.
Like we don't really see any Ogremon or Goblimon just kind of around that isn't part of the Titan team.
I happened to come along afterward when he was hurt and couldn't move anymore.
Very weird.
I'm real sorry about all this.
You don't have to be.
I just did.
I think I know that voice.
Right. So you've been nursing Divermon back to health this whole time?
Go on, Sunstar. What do you have to say about yourself? Come on.
I can't leave him alone.
Give it to us.
That's why I'm so grateful to you guys for bringing the medicine. I couldn't talk to anyone else about this, you see. So really, thank you.
I could not. That is not the. Who casts this voice?
Sorry, we can't just leave and do nothing.
Who cast Shelmon's voice? That's insane.
Break, right? If you keep this up, Shelmon, you'll be the one who needs to be looked after. So
Come on, get through the cutscene. I don't want to. I don't want to have to pause the middle of the cutscene again. I mean, we've already seen Titamon.
It's one of the villagers. What should I do?
Uh-oh. Negotiations are part of an agent's job.
Leave this to us. We'll ask.
Okay, before we open the door, I'm going to stop the conversation because the ad break's going to start in just a second. So I will give y'all words. I need to go stand up and stretch and go check on Coco. So I will be back in just a minute. Do not burn anything down, please. I beg you. That includes you, Ordain. That includes you. You better be on your best behavior. But I will give you all the music in just a second. There we go. All right, have fun, kids. Don't burn anything down. Motherfucker, what? 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 Ah, fine. Is Ordain finally burning down the governments? Finally? Finally, the government is burning. Anyway. So you're pro-government? I'm not pro-current government, but I mean, we're kind of at a point in civilization where we need some form of government. Some form of government where the people unify and make decisions together and create a pool that provides for those in need. Oh, no, you can absolutely burn it down. Go right ahead. Added with hoses on the government? What do you mean? All right. No more music. Y'all failed at level 1. God, y'all aren't even helping Sunstar. Wait, what is this? Oh, the icon for the Digimon game is just broken. Anyway.
Shelmon's hurt right now and can't come out.
Is Shelmon okay? There's no time for that now. It's the village. The village is in trouble.
Wait, what was Shelmon supposed to do if the village is in trouble? Oh, okay, they're evacuating. Gotcha. Is Marine Devimon, but Digimon can evolve and devolve with all kinds of shit, so fuck it. If you want more Siegemon,
We'd better go back to the
evolve into Leviathan, then go for it. Ooh. But Leviathan's so ugly. Hello. Haven't quite cleared the area. Please don't mess with my stuff. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ooh. What the fuck do they do? Bomb the place?
Oh.
We're too late. It's awful. How could they do such awful things? Oh, I feel like I gotta sneeze again. But there's at least some Digimon that are still okay. Oh my goodness. Okay. War creates the same tragedy as everywhere. The words of that Digimon who oversees the gate, Junimon, have struck with me. It sounds to me like the digital world and human world affect each other pretty closely. If so, then the similarity between what you see now and the gruesome events in the human world 8 years later may not be a simple coincidence. You need to keep that in mind as you investigate the area. Is this basically hinting that, like, the Titans take over the digital world and then invade the real world? That kind of seems to be the case. Ugh. We have a survivor! Oh my god. A crew of scurvy Titans. Titans varlets. Came and made a mess of the fair even. And where are those Titans now? Return to the briny deeps they have. I can't find it. Oh god, I can't find. I don't know. Hide nor hair, basically, is what he's saying. If my friends are really anywhere, I'm at a loss. Bleh. That's just awful. Let's go back to Shelmon's house and report the situation. Yar. We're going all the way back to Shelmon's. Get on Cubimon. All right. Oh, hello.
Wow.
Training set. Hell yeah. That was classroom too, which means I'm pretty sure that means it's special. No, it's probably intelligence. Excuse me, pardon me, coming through. Please, thank you. Hello. Lurk check. Hi, Hull Rider.
Wow. I can't believe it. This makes your current situation even
I'm a little more
more
surprised there was
difficult to
nobody
explain.
around the town after they seem to have bombed it.
It'll be harder than ever for them to understand now.
Well, good morning, princess.
Wait! Where are you going?
The pain is gone thanks to the medicine. So I'll head back home now. You've already done so much for me.
I know that
I
voice.
can't stand to be a burden to you any longer.
Mandatory 10-minute fuck Twitch check. Mandatory view message. Burn in hell.
I don't think you should be out of bed either.
This is the first time in my life anyone's been so kind to me. I really misjudged all of you. We Titans are the ones in the wrong. I'll talk to the boss.
I'm pretty sure you're just a goon, buddy. I don't think you're going to be able to convince anybody, and they'll probably just kill you.
Can't stop me.
In that case, why don't we come with you? We could help you out if anything goes wrong down
You
here.
Divermon kill it? It is really ugly.
If we can all talk and convince the Titans to
Also, we can talk about the fact that the protagonist has no butt. That's kind of bothering me a little bit. She has no butt.
Definitely. I'd also love to go with you, but I don't think I'd be too useful. At the very least.
The goons can do things too? Yeah, but usually changing the boss minds is not one of those things. Conk.
The Titans set up
The
shop
magic
at the bottom of the
conch.
ocean, right?
May I have something to eat?
Sure. My
No.
best friend will come and help you. Below the conch is a small island by the cliff wall. Then my friend can take you where you need to go.
Ooh.
Do take care of yourselves.
Thank you. I'll never forget this.
I cannot get
promise
over
to
that
return
voice.
the favor someday.
Whalemon, maybe? Maybe.
Let's head to the shore. The small island by the cliff wall, right?
Just break out into song, it'll be fine. I think it's adult Gohan. The A for Divermon? No way! Oh. Okay, hold on. hold on. We're also gonna do a quick thing. You set up, swap you, and you maybe? Actually, hold on. Yeah, we're probably fine. How close are you again? 7:44. You know what? You. Yeah. Nice. Time to haunt some nightmares. Assless chaps only work if you have an ass? Correct. Yeah, it's an evil ass laugh for an evil ass Digimon. Look at this dude! I love it, Vermon. God, wait, he has neck veins. Ugh. Why did they give him neck veins? I thought those were supposed to be wires, not like flesh. I love him. Spider shooter. Anyway. Real quick. Let's go. Actually, I have to do it from here. It's not what I wanted. Oh no, I have to go to setup. I need an upgraded electrical attack for him. Your physical attack. So... Ah, fuck it, just Nano Breaker. Venom Trap is fine to keep. Do I have an upgraded version for this? I have Gaia Blaster. That may be worth it. Oh no, it's magic. We'll keep Awesome Quake. Awesome Quake is fine. All right, let's see what health. Actually, gotta make sure. Gotta make sure. Because we did just do the Digivolution. I totally not boss fights. God, you're ugly. Talk about sight for sore eyes. Yeah, are you sure? Where have you been, my brother? I was looking high and low for you. Bro, I got hurt, you see. Oh, is that so? And what are you doing at this house? Just using it for a place to rest. Nothing of interest in there, believe me. Are you sure? I saw someone moving around. Guys next to us aren't from around here, I swear. What game are you playing, my brother? My brothers! It happens to traders, do you not? Well, no turning back now. You folks help me out. All right, boss fight. Oh, not boss fight. All right, just beat their asses down. Oh, that actually did hurt her a lot. Oh, yeah. Well, no, wait. Was it Dago? I thought it was Drago. It makes sense if it's supposed to be Dagon. But I thought it said DRA.
Here I go. Nice bomb. Here goes.
Yeah. I thought you guys were friends. Up until a little while ago, we were. Come on, let's go see the boss. That wasn't the boss. Oh, hold on. Let's let the region mode kick in.
Much appreciated.
Okay, I was right. I thought I saw it as Dragomon.
Everyone.
Oh, there's another group over there. Okay. Hello. Oh, okay. I have to go. Okay, then. Means we have to go the other way, I think. Right? This the way? Yes, yes it is. No, it's not. Maybe it's to hunt down the Digimon village. Looks like there's no other way but to take another route. Oh, okay, so... Wait. Okay, I see. I think. Oh, that doesn't make any sense. Oh, wait, I think I have an idea. You, come here. We're gonna do some fights on the way there. Working? Saying fuck Twitch enough fixed it? Listen. But it's not supposed to? That makes sense.
Heck yeah.
Alright, come here, other crab.
Do it.
Smack.
Ready to launch.
Here I go. Nice bomb.
I'm gonna down my ears just a little bit.
Yeah.
Some more of them.
Preparations complete.
Okay. Shell Numamon.
Ready to launch.
Shell Numamon, though, I do know is, what is it? He's champion level.
Heck yeah.
So we go this way. We can go through this exit. We loop all the way back down, please and thank you. Then we can go here. And then we'll be on the other side. I don't think it really matters which side we go down. Come here.
You got it. Ready to launch. Darkness away.
Change in spelling from Westernization. I feel like it was somebody who didn't understand the bits that it was supposed to be. Because that's kind of what it feels like. It feels like somebody did not understand that it was supposed to be a play on Dagon. And we're just like, oh, they must have misspelled it. Oh, give me that. Alright, what's up, boys? Unlike most others, I understand your rather strange behavior. You pretend to be a traitor in order to deceive the enemy, and then you'll destroy the village, right? No, fantastic work. Come on then, hand them over. Wow. These guys are demented. Unless you really have turned traitor. Mayhaps. Get him? Alright. Alright. Ooh! I forgot Lady Devimon's special ability. Was an all enemies attack. That's actually really good. Even though she has Hell Crusher. I don't know why she uses Hell Crusher instead of Darkness Wave. Ooh. Yeah, maybe I should go replace the Hell Crusher that she has with something else. Okay, hold on. Let's do that. Before I forget, wrong thing. Darkness Wave, all enemies, 15 3 times, 25. Targets the holy trait, damn. All right, let's swap you out for something else. She already has Ripping Nets. She has 2 wind abilities for some reason. Yes, that's what we're doing. We'll give her a holy ability. This we can swap out for something else, methinks. Can we give you... I don't want to do Nano Machine. Nano Machine, son. But maybe a null ability? 1 enemy magical damage. Shit. Maybe not. Maybe it's not worth it. Maybe we just keep Sonic Shots. We talking cuties? Cuties? Okay, intelligence is still a long way away on that one. Thing is, I don't think I want to put this Gatomon into the farm. I think I'd rather spend time farming Digimon and then just converting them in. Places Shelmon told you about. Do you know how to blow the conch? Blow the conch! You were right! That's a big dude!
Well. Who might you be? Is it safe to assume
Did we just get punned?
Shelmon's friends, since you have the conch?
Yes, we're her friends.
Well, I knew it.
I love him.
Well, hop in. You're heading into the ocean, right?
I love him.
Take you.
Your Honor. Your Honor, I love him. He's always the ride down into the deep ocean. Really? Hi, Will. How are you doing? Will, the Aspie Rebel.
Well, thanks to a special layer of thin film, breathable air won't be a problem. Let me know when you want to return.
Okay, we're just hand waving that, I guess.
Too. I'll take care of those titans.
You will. You will. Okay, go ahead, Agumon. Go ahead. Do it on your own. I'll wait here.
Inori,
I will wait right here. Are you Ahab? No.
I was just thinking how brave and dependable.
No, we're more
you
like
sounded just
Noah.
now when you said, "I'll take care of those titans."
No, sorry, not Noah. Jonah.
Oh, it just came out naturally.
It made me happy. It was almost like seeing you, my little.
Added to the I love her. Wait, I love him counter. What do you mean?
I wonder why. The way I feel right now.
Your Honor, I
can't really
love her.
seem to put it into words.
Every time I say the Your Honor bit, though, it makes me feel like I've been caught, like, stalking or something. But Your Honor, I love them being handcuffed into the table with, like, a crazy glint in my
It's
eye.
even more dangerous than the surface. So let's be extra careful.
Did we finally get to the area that's farmable? Ooh, don't mind if I do. Oh. Whee! Wait, come here. Let me fight you. I want to fight you. There's only one of you. Come on. Smack him again. Also, that just reminded me, we need to check. Oh, I can't.
Can't be. Preparations complete. Here I go.
Nap time. And my client's convinced you weren't even there? Nuh-uh. Your Honor, nuh-uh. I love her. Is this just... Oh, kinda, sorta. Alright, hold on. Ooh. There's just regular fish here, too.
Everyone.
Okay. Gomamon! Also, hold on. I wanted to check. Okay, yeah. We'll grab you right now.
There! Ready to go.
The brownish coral? Oh, okay. We'll go take a look at that then. Wait, and a Poyamon? Wait a second. Come here. Oh, come on. Let's go. Oh, hey. Wait, we hadn't found a Terriermon yet? That's crazy. Oh. Oh, that's Mojimon. Okay. I was wondering who Mojimon was because they were mentioned earlier.
There! Ready to launch.
Togemon, that's real? Listen, when we get all of these, and we convert all of them, then they become excellent fodder. Very quickly. Crab. Sure, Raramon. Okay.
Over there.
Oh.
There.
Is there more in here?
There.
God, he's huge. I did not realize. Wait. I need to know. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, it's horrifying. Yeah. Oh, I didn't even see you guys up there. Yes. That's exactly what I wanted to check.
There.
Oh.
Do it. There.
It took 3 times to get the target I wanted, but that's fine. That works for me.
Darkness away.
All right, Crabmon. Now, the reason I'm not waiting for these things to be 200% is I'm just going to live under the assumption that more than likely them being, I'm doing quantity over quality here because I don't think having the 200%
You got it.
increase.
But there is still a way. We could talk to Submarimon. Submarimon is an old acquaintance of mine that lives down deeper in the ocean. Isn't
that Sharkmon right there, though?
Great.
Oh, so that looks destructible.
Do it.
Oh, that would be why. Here, we're not gonna go in there. I have been neglecting the shit out of the farm, I'm not gonna lie, after I started doing all of the, like... Here, let me check. I wanted to check the map, not the menu. Oh. Okay, there's like a whole section down there, but I guess I'll go this way first. Whoop! Oh. Okay, so we have to loop around, don't we? No. Oh. What exactly is love? The most important. We're gonna teach Infirmon what love is. Baby, don't hurt me. Ooh. Works for me. Honestly, though, he's attack damage. We probably shouldn't.
Here we go.
Here we go. I'm trying to run into these guys so I can fight them. Quantity over quality kind of girl. Usually, the thing is the Digimon that I'm raising are going to be the quality, but we're using quantity Oh, that didn't count. I just phased through his limbs. Damn it.
There.
Yeah, this is not a
Much appreciated.
very farmable
Everyone.
area. Oh. Huh. Okay, so that one's too strong too. Makes me think that maybe we'll find like an item or
Here we
something
go.
down here.
Preparations complete.
Darkness away!
Okay, Spider Shooter is doing work, dude. And there's a Siegemon. Schmack.
You got it. Ready to go.
Double Siegemon, don't mind if I do. There's a Poyamon there! No! Oh no, the poor guy.
Here goes.
Oh no.
Drag fishing! Spider shooter!
Alright, Kimmy.
There.
Also, hold on. Because we got the Poyamon. I need to do the thing. Chokomon. Because now I'm just using him to discover as many as I can. Oh, hell yeah! Well, that's in Kilamon. I don't know what... Oh, I know what this one is. You can get so much finishing done down here. It doesn't feel that good because there's not like easy reload location, it seems. I think the best place would probably be maybe the door. Look at him. Sick. Schmack.
You got it. Preparations complete.
God, he's so much bigger than I thought he was. I'm a little glad I gave a bunch of my Digimon electric abilities. Hello. Spark, thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
You got it.
Okay. And then... Did we go? I don't think we went this way, did we? No, we didn't. Hello. Nothing. Nothing! Wait. Okay. Just had to make sure.
What's your pleasure? What's your fear?
There's another Dagamon down there. Holy shit! Orange! Aki! What the fuck? Why? Thank you. Holy shit. I looked away and then I looked back and my entire chat window was just the gifted subs. Holy shit, girl. What are you doing? Why? Easy clap dodge? Listen, it's okay. We still bashed him. Also, is Dagomon ultimate? Because I don't think he's a champion.
Great.
All right, hold on. Oh, hello.
There.
Oh, there's another door. Might as well click that one to get it on the map. And then completely ignore it. How are you doing, Aki? Holy shit. Feels like it's gonna do something. Hold on.
This is the place. Submeramon is up ahead.
Is he?
Wait
There's
here.
rocks there.
I'll bring Submeramon to you.
Okay. Yeah, I guess we'll wait. If this is totally a traitor moment, I'm still gonna beat his ass.
Guys, we've got a little situation.
Oh boy, a situation! Is it Shark? Oh,
We're surrounded by enemies. Be careful.
hell yeah, I'll fight all of them.
Ready to launch.
I'll fight every single one of them. Actually, you know what? Let's make this even funner. Gun. Gun. Thank you, Spark. Bitch. Aki. How could you? Mandatory viewing of Ordain. Observe Ordain. View Ordain. Stare at the Dutchman. Oh, so we already got another 100 Sealamon. Ooh, what are you? I'm a Lominicaris.
Well, you look at that. Seems like it's getting interesting.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Is that
took longer than I'd
Submarimon's
hoped.
fucking
As
voice?
promised, I brought Submarimon.
Ooh, I smell a battle in the air.
Why is he
Well,
country?
Oh, yeah, that's it. That's right. Keep opposite over.
Okay.
Here I go. Fighter shooter.
Wait, is Submarimon and Inframon the same voice actor? They kind of sounds like they are.
Now it's my turn. This way.
Hell yeah. Me and my obsession with evil women always bringing my evil women to battle and them also being really good for different parts. Also, that was really fast. We already got the gun back. We'll save it for the next one because I feel like maybe this is going to be kind of like a fight rush thing. Like maybe we'll end up with...
Alrighty.
Okay, we didn't get enough to...
I'll take good care of you.
Submarimon is a bit odd, but he isn't a bad Digimon. Now you'll be able to go against the current.
Oh,
Now
hell
let's
yeah.
go see the boss.
That also means we can go check the other section. Oh, what was it? It was the... Come closer. Ooh. Fucking dead. Okay. Okay, hold on. Where was the... Okay, it was up there at that intersection. Oh. Jesus, dude. You! Come here, Chucklefuck.
Yikes!
Oh, I couldn't even click it fast enough. Listen, I'm fine if you use that on Divermon. That's fine with me. For the Scorpiomon? Oh. He was definitely an Anomalocaris, and you can't convince me otherwise. Me and my obsession for using Angelomon and Lady Devimon? Yes! Because Mastamon is fucking awesome! Even though I also want Lilithmon and Ophanamon, which means I'll have to raise multiple. Which is going to be a pain, because you do not understand how many Digimon I pumped into Witchmon to be able to get her to this one, to get to Lady Devimon so early. Gimme. Gimme. Oh goodness. Alright. Back in the right direction. Oh man, we didn't get that one. But I see you up here. Oh wow, y'all all respawn. Smack. Smack.
Complete.
Another Poemon. Lilithmon's freaking attractive. You're pumping Digimon? What do you mean?
You got it. Preparations complete.
It's fine. Shut up, Kono. Well, yeah, of course she does. She's Lady Devimon. Of course, we also have to do our Poemon again. Sure, Terriermon it is. Gargamon! You're very nice as well. It sounds quite soothing. Why, thank you, Spark. Yoink.
You got it. Preparations complete.
Has done for me is made me realize I need to drop board these Digimon. Yes, you do. Oh, random Octomon. Okay. Gargamon, these nuts. Shut up. God damn it. Gargalon. Gargalon, these nuts. Anyway, hold on. You. How far are we again? 970? Jesus, okay. What about you? 100 away? Okay. We're gonna keep farming.
Ready to go.
It's funny to me that it's almost more worthwhile to get a Poyamon. Because you get 100% on Poyamon with one fight. And then because of the stats that we have boosted, we can evolve him a whole lot. Yeah, let's go Kamamon. Okay, he is the ultimate. I was right. Okay, where were we heading? I want to go that way, but because, like, I see Sealamon, I see Sharkmon, I don't know if it's going to go well. So, of course, we're going to do our little thingamadoohickey here. Against the currents. What's up, boys?
Quit dragging your feet. Did you find the current?
Okay, yeah, okay, he was not an ally.
Near that village, then.
Although, I gotta admit, Sharkmon looks pretty fucking cool. Hey, buddy.
Boss.
Boss.
You're alive.
How do you tell the difference between the different fucking Divermon?
Your timing is impeccable. We've got to attack that village again. Hurry up and get your butt in gear. This show ain't getting on the road till the current is ours.
What is the current?
Boss, I was wondering if you'd reconsider.
Huh?
Huh?
So, will you reconsider? You know, like...
Sharkmon's in my team? Is he Mega? I'm pretty sure he's Mega, right? I think he looks sick.
Me orders.
What if he Digivolve from?
You ain't meant to use your heads. Just do what you're told, numbskull.
He's ultimate. Really? He's ultimate? Can he Digivolve into another? Like, is there another shark? Is there like a Mega Shark?
I can't see them as our enemy anymore. I was hoping we could find a peaceful way of resolving things.
You've been compromised, you traitor!
I'm begging you here.
Lift up your head. I get what you're saying. Guess I
He's
have
gonna kill
no
us.
other choice.
He's gonna kill us.
It means that much to you. Then I don't need you anymore. Traitors can die right here where they stand.
Boss!
Evolves from Deltamon or Seadramon? Okay, gotcha.
Inori, Agent, we'll handle this, right?
Don't we have a Seadramon right now?
Ready to launch.
Not. Oh, okay, I was gonna say not a boss fight. No, he's a boss fight. All right, hold on. Gun.
Take this,
bitch. Oh, damn it! I was hoping it was gonna take out the side guys. Next Neptunemon. I don't know what Neptunemon looks like off the top of my head. I really don't. That's not good.
Let's do oxygen holding.
Okay. Wow, these Divermon are sturdier than all the others.
Now it's my turn. This way.
Okay. Uh-oh.
Aim for the head.
Uh-oh.
That seems to be the weak point.
Okay. Oh, he taunted. Oh, shit. Okay.
Here goes. Stampede blow.
Clever, though.
Take that. Right machine. Spider shooter.
Here I go. Next bomb.
Just you and your fucking taunt, you little bastard. Oh my god, they did it again? Gun! This is gonna hurt. I know this attack is gonna hurt. Okay. Well, at least we applied it to the lackey. Okay, this is gonna hurt. Defense down! No! No! Fuck! Oh shit, no, stop. You're supposed to guard yourselves. That'll do. That'll do. Please live. He did not. Oh, he did live. Oh, and Furmon didn't. Cubimon.
Please?
I cast gun. Prepare to meet God. I want to get rid of that Divermon. Maybe we just can't gun again. Jesus, he is sturdy. Shine Blast? Sure. It's a little weird to me that, like, 0%, really? Triple actions? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That does not bode well. Oh, shit! I was gonna say, what I should have done was fucking used the heal thing on Lekismon. It's okay, I'm pretty sure I have a bunch of revive pills. Should be fine. Revive capsules. Okay. My move is just gun? Yeah. I mean, hey, it works. It shrugs. Jesus.
I'm counting on you.
Okay. He's probably getting close to charge again, isn't he? Yeah, CP3. Yeah.
Now.
Sure. Da-da-da-da. Capsule again. Actually, no. No. Heal item. Oh, I don't have twos anymore. That's fine. Squares, QB. Sorry, Lekismon. Continue. Oh, hell yeah, we got the stun on him. Power's building? What do you mean? He's stunned! Plus, he doesn't have the brake bar. I have concerns. What do you mean it surges? It didn't even do the animation. This is gonna hurt. This is gonna suck. Actually, gun. Gun.
Take this.
Then we'll just guard.
All right. Okay.
It's fine. It's fine. Metal Greymon.
I'm counting on you.
Thank you for self-care, Spark.
Please.
I think we got this. Oh, yeah. Ooh! Okay. Honestly, just do the single attack because they're all 100%. Easy, baby. Easy. Oh man, still like 90% on Divermon. Upset.
Damn it! What kind of freaks did you bring with you?
What do you mean freaks?
Retreat for now.
You can't say that, Lady Devimon. She'll fucking tear you apart. No, like, come back here. Let me kick your butt again.
I guess that worked out okay.
I want more scams for you.
But they didn't even consider my request. I don't get it. Why are we doing all of this?
Yeah, I don't know either. We literally don't know except for the fact that you are in fact doing it. A weird urge for world domination?
Leader only increases the damage caused by fighting. That Digimon just now was certainly one such example. The conflict in the digital world will only get worse now. And the future it'll bring about is the Shinjuku Inferno. But that means there's still hope.
Which again, I'm guessing they just took to calling the massive explosion that we fell into the Shinjuku explosion. I guess.
I have to think of something reassuring to tell Shellmon.
You could just be honest with her. Or she's dead.
Huh? Where?
Oh, there's no.
Look at this.
The villagers talked and we all decided we can't stay here anymore. I'm going with them to make
Think that's the event, but with more Digimon?
I'm worried
Yeah.
about you, but I know you're a capable warrior.
Damn it. I was hoping that was going to be a good zone to farm in, but I still have not. There's not a good zone in this whole fucking section.
Somewhere in Iliad.
Like the one I found in the Factorial area. I need a place where I can just pop in and out and like respawn the whole zone, run through it again, and then pop back in and out.
Village. Let's go and see.
Okay. Hold on. We gotta get on the boy. That's not the boy! Hold on. I'm upset. Excellent. Excellent. I clicked the wrong button. Scamper, 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 scamper. Okay. Oh!
Great.
Okay, that was where we came to get the other things. Well, I guess those walls are just gonna stay up, so we gotta go this way. Alright, give me this pearl. Yoink!
Great.
Excuse me, pardon me. Who does it choose? I'm pretty sure it chooses the one that's closest to the front. I'm pretty sure it always, like, closest to the left. I'm pretty sure is always the target. Hold on. You. Excellent. I probably should have saved considering we just finished a boss fight.
Where did everyone go?
I don't know.
Also, the ash in the air is like really ominous. I don't think that was here earlier.
Not a titan like me.
No, No, don't say that.
I mean, you're not exactly
We
a
all
Titan,
share-
little man.
Yes, we share the same ideals. For a short time.
It lets me choose.
at least.
It does? I only tap
Damn
it.
it.
Maybe it does it quick. Maybe if
Why
I
did this have
hold.
to happen to such good Digimon?
Don't take it so hard.
That's right. I'm sure we'll see them again someday.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think we found every interest so
sure.
far.
In the meantime,
It's not that big of
I
a
think
deal
I'll
if we
stay
don't.
here and protect this place.
If I miss it, it's fine.
For
But
the
if I come
villagers.
across it, I'd much rather mark it on the
You
map.
should go back to doing what you need to do. Thanks.
About how much I'm grinding.
For
I
everything.
like grinding in these games, okay?
I won't
Plus, they make it
forget
so
this.
easy between like the auto
Let's
battle
report
and
all
the
of this to
region and stuff.
Junimon.
That was when I used to farm in Cyber Sleuth. My biggest issue was I would always have to go back to heal, which took a huge chunk and was like this part of the slog of grinding Digimon that I wanted to. Wait, are we just going back? By ourselves? We're leaving Divermon here? War leaves the same horrible taste in your mouth, no matter which world it's in. War never changes. Does Uproar fester and continue to trigger other events? I hope it doesn't fan even bigger flames of war, but knowing what lies 8 years in the future, I'm not too optimistic. Okay. Drive the Titans from the Abyss area. Ain't nothing Titans want more than control of the currents. If the boss finds out about this blunder, it'll be our hens. Now let's get healed up and gather our strength and then get back there, you build rats? Okay, so they're gonna come back. Which probably means we're gonna come back. Capable of max level 99 with 6 level 99 monodramons? Why? Thing is too with like the grinding and everything is the fact that they made like the experience mall like holes and stuff like that and the money holes and everything is like, okay, that's interesting, but I'm not here to play a mobile game. I'm here to play Digimon. All right, let's go report to Juno. Wait, can I get on Infirmon here? Oh, that's, hold on, let's check that. If I hold it. Oh. Oh, it's the ones that I have out and then I can like select them like this. He's so ominous. Scamper. But Digimon are the most mobile creatures? That is true. You are correct. Technically, Digimon is one of the earliest mobile games. I don't think so. I think there's only one speed.
Thank you, great guardian Aegeomon. Please continue to wield your light for the sake of the digital world.
Continue.
You and your peons have been helping us wonderfully. Thank you very much. Planning to stay here?
Let's not talk about that right now. Aegeomon doesn't know how to answer.
That's fine. It takes time. Plus, the ability to go back and forth
Tell me
is
more about the
technically
conflict
there.
with the Titans, if you would.
Oh, just a fade to black moments.
The current. Are you certain that is what the Titans said?
Yes. What the fuck is the current?
The current is the source of this world's power. I imagine the Titans are
Good lord! I forgot how bappin' she is.
territory.
Those baps be
The
bappin'.
current flows outward in all directions from the world tree in the Gear Forest.
Gear
If
Forest.
the current is truly what the Titans seek, then in all likelihood their objective is
The Gear Forest, right?
Mandatory view
that
message.
is
Shower
correct,
Marin
great
in
guardian
love.
Aegeomon. Could I ask
Okay,
you
but
to go
how?
to the
How can they shower me in love, Ordain?
and humans? Now that we know the Titans are after the current, we must be even more careful about using the gate.
Is she
When the gate was
Bapamon? No.
opened 3 years ago during the clash with the Titans, it affected both this world and your own.
3 years
There
ago?
were human casualties in that incident, and some began to bear a grudge against the Digimon.
Wait, what? With money? Question mark? 3 years ago? Wait, was that when our dad disappeared?
Yeah. I think we're talking about the same incident.
For that very reason, please understand
what?
that I cannot open the gate until public order is
Wait,
restored.
what incident? I'm confused now.
Head to the Gear Forest with Agemon then.
The Shinjuku Inferno is not for 8 years. What happened 3 years ago?
And if it's
I don't know, I just read the script. Are you reading from a script? Who gave you the script? Sansa, are you handing out scripts again?
our problems too. Yes. They are our problems.
Changing the heart for heart. Wait,
Very
water
well.
for heart shapes that have sharp points
The
on the
World
end?
Tree
Oh.
is at the center of the current. You will find the enemy's forces concentrated more than ever before. Please think.
Oh shit, ad break. All right, hold on.
I shall pray for your safety, great guardian Agemon.
All right, we'll pause the conversation. I hate to. This is the second time that we have had to pause in the middle of a Junomon conversation. Jesus. All right, I'll be back in just a minute. I'm gonna go nibble on some chips and maybe some overnight oats that I was nibbling on last commercial break. Her mom and brother. Oh, that's right. Okay, we'll be back. We'll be back in a second. I want my overnight oats. What the heck? What happens? Where'd it go? What the fuck? Wait, what happens? Did it go somewhere? Did it? Wait, why did it disappear? I didn't take it. I got up and left. What happens? I took it with me? What do you mean I took it with me? Y'all still beat it. Got it with your shoe? What the hell happens? Maybe I hit spacebar and like it was selected. Let me see if I select and hit spacebar. No, that doesn't do anything. Oh well. I guess. I guess. All right, let's put that away. Let's bring this back. Back to the conversation at hand. Heroic statue Submarimon? Oh, Jesus. Oh boy. All right. Side mission time. Proper beach attire. Talk to Wanyamon. All right, guess we're going back to the abyss. We are not going to the Gear Forest yet. I didn't touch anything. I'm gone, so I came to visit Central Town. Good thing the Titans aren't here, but neither is anyone else. The village is empty. It's lonely all by myself. Let's all put on swimsuits and go swimming in the ocean. What? Oh, was this the... Okay, this is the outfit mission. Everyone should wear a swimsuit? Wait, how do I... I am wearing swimwear. Wait, how do I get everybody else into swimwear? Oh. Oh, I didn't even see that up there before. Oh my God, no. No! It's wrong. It's wrong in every way. You want to go swimming? Are you? Sure, let's go swimming. Can I join you? I'm lonely all by myself, so I want to tag along with you in the ocean. Sure. Okay. What are we... Are we just gonna... Remember to do warm-up exercises before swimming. If someone gets a leg cramp or something, that's a terrible triangle thing over there. Oh, it's Deidramon. Just finally go now. This is my territory? What do you mean? All right, I'll beat your ass. 6 ways from Sunday. Oh, goodness. Okay, that was easy. Me telling my boss. Oh, good lord. Oh, huh. Oh. Oh. You must work for the Titans, so we will go so easily defeated this time? Okay.
Now it's my turn.
I'm sorry, what? How did I miss this? Do you have the costumes? I think it's part of having the costumes, because then otherwise you won't get these missions. Which is kind of stupid, but I guess. I don't need to use the gun. We're bullying these guys enough already. Okay, this is kind of a cool looking ability.
Here I go. Fighter shooter.
You got the hoodies? Yeah, I did the mission for the hoodie one before, which was basically put on the hoodie so you can talk to Digimon that are afraid of humans. 0 damage across the board. God damn. Okay. Well, 10% on both of them. Wait, they're gonna get... Oh my god! All we want to do is have fun at the beach? Raiding our territory? What do you mean? Let's fight all 3 of them again. Okay, no, it's just him. Oh, uh-oh. Oh, wait, this will be fine. This will be fine. Nap time.
Here it comes. River of power.
Ooh.
Here I go.
Rip Agiamon. Don't talk to me or my sons ever again? Sure. Poor guy. Poor guy. Just now reached the digital world is insane. Wait, which part? Ocean is yours. Do what you want with it. We don't want it, and we're not Titans either. What? We actually drove the Titans away. So you're the ones who got rid of Sharkmon. We hope you can forgive us for a mistake. I'll tell the others. Have fun in the ocean. Hell yeah, dude. Okay. There was the mission. Kono, are you gonna fawn over Lady Devimon this entire time? I lost my swimwear! Oh, thank God. Okay, it's just floating over there. The butter is fighting back. All right. Thank you for the mission, bud. All right. Need to go do the other missions. Matmon. Missing friends. Talk to the in-trading Digimon in Central Town. Okay. Central Town, Central Station. Need to find Konohamon? We need to find Konoha Digimon? I mean, Juno's pretty, you know. Oh, hey, it's the boys! Trying to explain it to us again. Someone attacked you and you ran away? That's right. I was playing by the sea with my friend when something scared us. We're not familiar with this world, so we're not sure what might have happened either. I can help you. Glad to see you again. We could really use your help. Youngin got separated from its friends down by the sea. It seems they were attacked. Friend didn't get away in time. There's probably a goner by now. Don't say that. I refuse to believe it. Trying to help the kids? All right, all right. An Angelmon and a Lady Devimon? Maybe? All right, I guess we're going back to the Abyss Zone then. Also, hold on. I want to check something. That is not who we want. I'm pretty sure this is the one that we want. Right? Defense. Jesus, dude. We're only at 500 defense. It needs 1,000? Hold on. Hold on. Actually, no. There's a different one I want. Where is it? When it comes to defense, there he is. Kapaterimon. 816. Okay, hold on. I think we have some defense things. Oh, we only have one. But that'll do. Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. Yoink, yoink. Wait, that wasn't enough? Oh, it's because he has the defense attachment. That's why. His defense stat, I don't think is actually that high. Damn it. Damn it. Special to 910. Intelligence. Jesus, okay. Speed to 890. 69. Okay, hold on. Yoink, 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 yoink. Yoink. You know what? Drop like these. Okay, that's enough. Hell yeah, dude. I'm on the quest to the untrodden world. I don't know which mission that one is. I forget the names of the missions as soon as I finish them. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, we're getting there. Okay. Probably need to swap out some of these. So... Wait. Why did she become a physical attacker after she wanted me to raise intelligence, speed, and special? Up until now. Okay. So we can swap out, honestly, probably both of those for something else. So let's do that real quick. Wrong thing. Why? You. Physical attack, physical attack. Hold on. Where's the null damage? Heavy strike. And then let's give you a you know what? Why not? Magma Fall 2. Because it's funny. Real quick, I want to check. 888's attack. Speed 848. Okay. Oh, okay. We'll have to de-digivolve. Let's do that. Bolt back. Go back. Back. Here. No, 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 no. You. Doink, doink, doink. We'll do that for now. That's still really far away, isn't it? Wasn't it in the 800s? Well, we're getting there. We're getting there with him. Here, let's do this. You're missing intelligence. And you're missing fucking everything. Okay. That's fine. What are we short? Intelligence? Still like 60 away. That's fine. That's fine. All right, let's go to the whatchamacallits. The Abyss area. Small tip, the tabs go from all physical magic stats. Wait, what? Which part are you referring to? Tabs for the skills? Oh, hello! Another Scorpiomon. I'm scared someone help me? Would have preferred to keep this quiet. Hey, listen, I beat your brother. I'll beat the shit out of you too. I don't care. Wait, alright, hold on. Hold on, I know what we need. Nobody move.
Preparations complete.
You will never see it coming. Cannon!
Oh, what the fuck? What am I signed into? Why did it just open Horatius's fucking YouTube?
There! Hit some more! Fighter shooter! Here I go! Stinger surprise!
It's already too late. The fight's already over. We just bullied this poor man. That's fine. We're jamming at this point. Damn. Damn. All right. Let me go stop it. How many times can I make the same meme, chat? How many times? How many times is enough? Oh, there's Infirmon. Hi, buddy. My friend, I was so scared. Lots of crying going on. Well, I suppose it's understandable. All right, we finished the mission. That works for me. I don't care. I don't care about anything else. Okay. That means we have other missions to do. That one we can't do. This one we can do. Says he's in Central Town. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. This is probably the one to get the heater, I'm guessing. Since Blipmon's back. All right. Came back from the Cosmic Air, but Kuronomon didn't. This isn't working for me. I have to have some kind of action. Are you worried? It's cute that you're worried. That's not all. It's hard to describe what I'm feeling. Thanks, I need to go to the Cosmic area. I mean, I don't want to just sit here. Kuronomon went to the Heat Cosmic, didn't he? But I'd rather not go to the exact same place. There's a place called Chill Cosmic too, right? How about we go there instead? I don't have the proper equipment to go to Chill Cosmic. It's tough without a heater. Like there was one around here. Don't know where to look though. All right, I'm gonna imagine it's probably the other Vadamon. Seen one in a house here in town? Okay. Wait, what do you mean we've seen one in town, in a house? What the fuck? Wait, it's the whole area. What? Okay, do we just like start going into homes? Doesn't seem to have a heater. I'm not giving up though. On to the next location. Oh, okay. What other houses are there? This one? Doesn't look like it. Another failure. Why are we just going into other people's houses? That's not a house. That door icon I know is not a house. Hold on. Maybe up here? Okay, yeah, there is a door up here. This actually... Give me the fertilizer bags. Brown texture. Hell yeah. Hey, buddy. Welcome. It's cold, but feel free to take a load off. I lost my heater. See, someone stole it. That's awful. It is awful. Really rough for someone sensitive to the cold like me. The thief who made off with the heater might still be somewhere in Central Town. If you find him, punish him. I'll bet he's somewhere in a group of Goblimon. Oh, so there are Goblimon here. Thief was alone, but I couldn't tell who it was. Since I can't tell which of the lowlifes did it, our only option is to shake them all down. Culprit should have the heater on them, huh? Should you do if you get it back? He was on the fringe. I'm gonna go buy a new one. If you want it, it's yours. Okay. Okay. So does that mean we're going to the tower? I think it does. I think we have to go to the tower. Or, wait, no, that's pointing us to the tavern. Nope, never mind. That's pointing us to the tower. I guess we're going to... Oh, never mind. Nope. Just the other section of town then. Okay. Oh, hey. What do you think you are? You starting annoying? Beat it? Did you steal a heater? I don't know enough about no heater. Give me one more lip and you'll regret it. Sir, is this a team you want to go up against? Oh, right. We still need to change our outfits back. We need to change our outfits. Sansar, do you want the special outfits? Is this what you want? Otherwise, I'm going back to the cute default ones. Are you just gonna blink? You just gonna blink at it? Hi, Spark. With only the most gourmet of foods? A can of SpaghettiOs? Use your words, Sunstar. Use your words. We talked about this. Hi, Beef. Nice heart. Where'd you get it? Look at how good those are. They're so goofy, though. All right, hold on. Listen, the number of... Oh! Hello! My best friend's little brother. It's Windy. Big brother's best friend. This person won't leave me alone. And kind of the people who mess with my friends. You'll pay for this? I'll find a Wendigomon. Ooh. Okay. I have everyone besides myself in their Cyber Sleuth outfits? Cyber Sleuth outfits? Okay, that was kind of cool. Mandatory view message. Your mandatory view message has been recorded. Please and thank you. I also now have to raise her attack points, I'm guessing. Sleepy time. Okay then. Damn, 15% on Wendigomon? Jesus. It's good to beat that. Help me. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Hold on a second. Don't have anything there. Again, I don't think we're getting much closer. I'm just thinking. Whoops. What about you? Yeah, you're really behind in defense. Probably just a little short on that one. I don't think I have another defense item, right? Topaz. Ooh. Actually, you know what? You. Excellent. All the friendship on her. Yeah, it's HP, SP, and then mostly special. Is there anybody that I'm trying to digivolve that needs special? You need intelligence. You need special. Excellent. Excellent. I don't think that actually gave the required amount, but at least it got her closer. Yeah, that's at least a lot closer than it was before. Okay. And then there's this pack over here. What you doing? Nice weather, huh? Did you steal a heater? What? How did you know that? Okay, you just told me. Thanks. Beat their ass! Oh shit, I went to scratch my leg. In the nice black suit. Does that count as Cyber Sleuth? Were we wearing suits in Cyber Sleuth? I don't remember that. Weren't we just a nerd? Did we wear suits? I think I wore a t-shirt in that whole game. Go and burn him on, destroy his balls. Excellent. Excellent. Thanks for the heater, bud. Anyway, we also got to do this. Gobblemon, you ugly bastard. Ooh. Wonder who this one is. You know what? We'll hold on to him and see what it is, because he only needs like 100 more points in attack. That is not much. That is not much at all. This is why we need the better ones. I mean, the suit didn't come with the costume pack, so I can't put on the suit. Otherwise, I would be wearing the suit. Trust me. Trust me. All right, so we have this mission, and then I think there's one more after this one, right? One more side mission. Take your heater. Amazing. She couldn't find a heater. It's okay, we got one. Isn't this heater broken? We can probably fix. I think it'll be usable. I'll ask about the repairs. Just hang tight. How does he go? Does he just like call up this datamon? A suit isn't close to the hoodies. All right, we'll put the hoodies on. I'll put the hoodies on. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, sir. All right. This is what we've become. This is what we've become. Oh, we need to select the other mission. Come on. Oh, okay, that's the beach. Nyum. You show up with the hoodies? Shut up. Human? Which one? Kamamon? Is it not Kamamon? Is it Canemon? This whole time it's been Canemon? I know it's not. I know it's not. Oop, hello. You. Say my friend the Chatterbox Kamon, right? Marine Biomon? What do you mean? Just so worried about this place. I heard rumors things settled down thanks to you, so I thought it'd be safe to return. Now the Titans are all gone, so thanks for that. Only sounds like there's a catch. I know you worked hard to get those Titans out of here. The thing is, I feel like there's a reason the Titans are gone besides all you did. I'm not sure how to put this, but I feel like they weren't driven out. They just left. Like, they did what they wanted to do, then took off because there's no reason to stay. That sounds like foreshadowing. Lurk check. Oh my goodness, do I need to do something goofy? Good morning, viewers of the Merry-Go-Round channel on twitch.tv. The lurk check has been engaged. It is upon my humble request that you say something in chat. It could be a simple hi, an emote, or even just yell, who cares? Whatever you want to do, just make your presence known in the chat, please and thank you. Your mandatory view message has been noted. Please and thank you. Ask another Digimon? Freebos! Shellmon's place their best, but wait, why are we going back to Shellmon? Okay. Sure. Okay. Oh, we just skipped there. Okay. Feels weird to say it, but come on in. I wonder how Shellmon's doing. And he's on second thought, maybe I shouldn't think about it.
There's our man.
Split up and search for a way to test the water. Let me know if you'd find anything. Broom. Those are definitely cleaning supplies. You were thinking of a nap, were you? If you sleep here after everything, you're something else, but let's keep looking. Okay, it's a diary. She left her diary here. Oh, luck, they'd noticed the lurk check. Ah! It's important we have to read it. Do we? Well organized. This thing's really easy to read. Look at this. It's an entry about the water quality. Check the aquatic plants again today. Blue for water, true. Purple if it's hurtful. That's how you check the water quality? Yeah, you really shouldn't just leave mandatory hearts for lurkers. Also true. Location of plants we need to check too. I can get us there quick. All right, let's go take a look at those aquatic plants. I'll take the lead again. Okay. Find these aquatic plants right around here. It's just a matter of swimming from here on out. Only the thing is, I can't swim. You're a turtle. Okay, I guess. Is this the same spot where there was... Oh, yep, that's exactly what it is. Here, come here, Stinky. Smack.
Preparations complete.
Because we also haven't got one of these guys yet. I mean, we haven't converted one of these guys. Another 12 hours? We're not going to do 12 hours today, unfortunately. At least on stream. I am almost certainly going to be playing off stream. I'm sorry, chat. I have to. I have to play more. Unfortunately, at most, we'll probably only be able to go another hour and a half. Patamon doing a roundhouse kick? Oh yeah, like that? Pink plant underwater, pick it. Green plant underwater. Oh wait, that one's purple. Fight you.
Here we go.
Schmack.
Ready to go.
Schmack. Wait, what do you mean you just platted Ghost of Yatai? What is the platinum like achievement for Ghost of Yatai? Oh, I still need to fight one more. Oh goodness. Yellow plant. Okay. I think it's all of them, but we're gonna go fight this one.
Here we go. Preparations complete.
Because this will give us the 100%. Are for every achievement? Oh, okay. I thought there was didn't they used to be like really hard achievements were platinum?
Step inside, step inside.
Flame King, thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
Much appreciated.
Oh, I can't do the down D-pad right now.
Everyone.
I can't convert well. Swimming in an extremely soggy hoodie. Excellent. Shalman. We're getting there. I'm just looking to see if I see any more of the sparkles out there. All right. Checking the water quality. What color was it supposed to be if the water's good? Blue. If it's faint purple, which means the water is contaminated. That's why the sea breeze smelled so wrong to me since I got back. Really learned a lot. Thanks for your help. I think I'll stay here even if everyone else is gone. I want to look after the village. Keep an eye on the plants so I can monitor the seed. Don't worry.
Well, look at you.
Spooky treats. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? That was the last mission we got to do too. So now it's agent point time. All right. Of course we'll get you. Yeah, we'll do that. Let's get some of the speed boost ones. Works for me. Who works for me? All right. And we got to go the long way to get back. Was that all of the missions? Okay, it is. It's all the ones that we can do right now. The targeted cosplayer mission is in the park in Tokyo. And it didn't send it to me until I signed in afterwards. Your XP grinding, listen, that's what I need to do. That's what I need to do. But I have not found a good zone for it in a while. We're about to head to the Gear Forest, though, so I'm kind of hoping that there's going to be good stuff there. Hi, Gekkomon. I hope we're going to find a good place here, because the last good place I found was the Factorial area. Oh, hi, we're inside the train.
I bet my dad and Hiroko are so...
Are we riding one of its spikes right now? No, the spike is in front of us. I know your dad, he's raising hell. Burning down the city in the process.
One time I didn't come straight home from school. My dad ended up searching all over town for me.
Looking fashionable? This is not fashion.
Can we blame him?
This is being silly.
He lost 2 of his family members 3 years ago too.
Okay, but what was the incident exactly? We know there was an incident. We don't know what it is. Also, hold on. I need to go change some tabs real quick.
Yeah, I bet she's worried to pieces. We've been best friends since we were little kids. You know that video streaming thing she does?
Okay.
I think she does that for me.
Perfect.
She says she's doing it to get rich, but
Doing it to get rich? Stream to get rich? Good luck with that. Good luck with that.
I don't think she was ever into the supernatural or urban legends.
Listen, it's a dream, but it's not a realistic dream. She's doing all that for you? Listen, I would love to get rich off of streaming because then I could put it right back into streaming to do crazy cool shit and do like traveling stuff.
She should just say so then. She's just worried I'd feel guilty about it. That's why she says it's for the money. Hiroko is really kind.
That's kind of cute though.
I still don't really get it.
What are you talking about, Carrie? Said bring a knife with you tomorrow? Wait, what? You do not need to bring a large pocket knife.
Wait, those things.
Oh, this is the Karugamon or something? Kawaga? Kawagamon? The giant, yep, the giant beetles. Oh, that's Metal Kawagamon. Larger, not large? I don't think you need to bring a ridiculously big knife. Greenland where the world tree takes roots. Sick. Sick.
I've seen a forest like this since I went camping in elementary school. No.
You've seen a forest like this with floating islands in the sky?
Digimon we saw earlier flew this way too. They're titans. Yeah, let's go. I just hope the fighting hasn't started yet.
The whole cleaver while everyone else brings a baby knife? I mean, maybe? Could be a trap. Stay alert. Yeah, it's fine. Mind your business. Mind your business. You can't even see what I'm doing. You only hear things. Also, yoink. Scamper, scamper, scamper. Okay, I just checked to see those mushrooms were important for some reason. Hello? Hi, Mocha. Thank you for self-care. I'm almost out of water. Also, hold on. Let me go check. Hold on a second. Why am I getting a notification from Bloodlines too? Oh, okay. I see. I see. Those are tiny. Neither of those are pocket knives. Those are utility knives. That's a Swiss pocket knife. And then an even tinier knife? Hey, Patamon. Patamon, I think.
Ready to go.
More, I have to fight more Goblinmon. God damn it. It's always Goblinmon. It's Goblinmon all the way down, apparently. Making fun of knife sizes now? That's not a knife. This is a knife. Do you have an appointment to get them removed, Vapor? If you don't, you should. Palmon.
From above. They caught me off guard. I really would have been in trouble if you folks didn't come along.
Okay.
Glad you're safe. Are you a Digimon of the Gear Force? Yes. I'm Palmon. Nice to meet you.
So the Titans.
I don't know. There's just something about hearing not the original Palmon's voice coming out of a Palmon that I do not like.
We'll come with you.
Then you should be doing that, Vapor. Well, welcome to the Discord, Spark. We sometimes do horror movies. Horror movie nights. We'll do one probably tomorrow. Probably do one tomorrow. Do you not have insurance? Probably not. The teeth are luxury bones. I don't have insurance either.
Of course that means you too, Agent.
Oh?
I just met Agemon in the Shinjuku Underground. And then you came along and rescued us. You really are a nice person.
Rip my teeth out? Listen, you do not want me ripping your teeth out without anesthesia. I got all of my wisdom teeth out when I was like 17. It was easy. It was, okay, we're going to do this. It's going to take about 3 hours for us to do this. Are you ready? Yes, I am. All right. Can you count backwards for us? 5, 4, 3. And then I woke up in a recliner, like instantly. It was over like fucking that. It was so weird. It was so weird. I woke up 3.5 hours later, chilling in a recliner in the lobby. Cutting my ass open. Listen, to be fair, you probably deserve to be cut open several different ways, Carrie. Just because of how many different ways you're messed up.
I've never even opened up like this to Hiroko.
Oh, I know.
I've made my decision.
I know.
I'm going to be.
They're starting in the worst place, I'm sure.
I don't care what path Agemon takes. I have to repay him for everything he's done for me.
I feel like the music's a little too loud in this game. All right, hold on a second.
Step inside.
Here, options. Wait, music settings. Oh, no. Options. Sounds. Music. There we go. Wait, who was that? Aether VA, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? I didn't get a particular big TV, but it was 150s for what I needed. That's like buying a Warhammer Army box, so I figured why not? 39-inch TV? That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Oh, hello. Oh, they're like little bonsai trees. Anything else around here? Oh, box. Books. Okay. Let's use the Digimon. It's gonna be Pal? It's gonna be Palmon that helps us? Jump with all your mights? What? Whee! Okay, that's a little terrifying. Force is meant to be confusing. It helps to defend a village from enemies. To tell you the truth, I ended up getting lost. Okay, that makes sense. That's fine. I will murder my way through these woods. Fuck you, Parrotmon.
Ready to launch.
We're still finding rookie battles? Come on. We're still finding so many rookies. Which I guess technically makes sense. Like I said earlier, anything above champion is apparently rare. $85 Vizios for $7.88 at my local Wally World. I'm tempted. Is there something wrong with your current TV? Tentamon. Ah, there's a Floramon up there. Sunfloramon. Oh, shit. Capaterimon. Is the whole 85 inches? Almost 7 feet? Is that what that is? Schmack. You. Schmack.
Do it. Preparations complete.
Only Sunfloramon. Okay. Oh, that reminds me. We did end up just killing one of the little green guys. So we need to look at him. Pabumon. Buchomon. Ooh. cabbage. Cabbage. Wait. Who is this? Oh, Lalamon. We never got Lalamon earlier, I guess. All right. We'll actually do this one because we've never. Yeah, it's the Mud Fridgemon. Mud Fridgemon. Oh, what are we shorts? 8? Okay, only like a level or 2. Hi. Oh, Jesus. Wait. They're coming from my hands. What do you mean you don't want to watch the carnival shows on the Sphere? The Sphere. Oh, I bet it's expensive as hell to get put on the Sphere, isn't it? Samsung, LG, and Samsung was cheaper, but I'd have better luck with Samsung. Makes sense.
Ready to launch. There. Ready to launch.
Damn, I really just brought a team of the most evil bitches I could find. Plus Cressimon. What's up here? Oh, can I not get around to the other side to break down the rock wall? Okay. So there's another. Ooh. Wait, what are those? Are those Flymons? Looks like it.
There.
Schmack. Schmack.
That one. Ready to launch.
I think I spoke too soon on the wow, we're running into so many rookies, and then it's just all Sunfloramon.
Do it. Ready to go.
Oh, Pegasusmon. Okay. You mean bad bitches or evil bitches? Evil bitches. Evil bitches. Downright evil. Downright diabolical. Dubious. Real vanilla of you, Twitch? Yeah. Because there's so many Flymon here. I want to see. I don't think they're actually fightable. It doesn't seem like it.
Ready to launch.
Just a single Muchomon. Okay.
Do it.
Smack.
Preparations complete.
Okay, so it seems like the Beetles also always have Kabuterimon with them. That actually is kind of funny. Alright, of course, we have to do Papumon again. Tintomon, go back. Digivolution. Alright, fine. You. The cutie patootie. Hi, Yokomon. Ooh. We'll do this one for now. Oh, hell yeah! I think that one's Aquilamon, isn't it? I don't think, maybe it's this one? I don't know. I'm fine if it's not. Oh. You know what? Okay, yeah, that was the Arbor Digivolution. I was not paying attention. Yeah, we'll turn you into Kabuterimon. We'll have a second Kabuterimon. There we go. Ah, Tuskmon. Okay. Now, really quick. You. Doink, doink, doink. Doink. Okay, we're getting there. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, 910, 970. Ugh. How close are you? 816? Okay. Mm. Okay. Let's go back because now I have to do. I saw the Bergermon is maxed out. Where's Parrotmon? Which. Lilithmon primarily, and if you want bad bitches, the Ceres, medium, Bellstarmon, Dianamon, Venusmon, Mastamon, Ophanamon, Junimon, Rosemon, Burst Mode, Lotusmon, and there's probably more. Wow. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Go here for now. And then I guess we're just going to level it back up into Bergermon.
Great.
Smack Gekomon.
Preparations complete.
Okay. God, that's just good damage. Flymon.
Ready to launch.
A single Flymon. Damn it. Damn it. Okay. Burst Flame. Let's go in Firmon. No. Okay. This way. All the way over here.
Do it.
Whoop. The Dunderhead, I thought you were in patrol duty? People just help me with the Titan attack. We have to warn the villains about the Titans. Wait a minute, can you prove that you're not a bunch of Titans yourselves? Are nearly on our doorstep? Lord Bacchusmon. Ooh. Very clear we shouldn't let anyone through. This is to help bring peace to the forest. Set a few traps so no one can get to the village. Is that what the rocks and stuff were? Oh. Oh. Okay.
Wow.
Wait, something just spawned behind me. What the hell? The Sunflowermon spawned behind me. And pick the fifth option. Oh, no, we got Lanamon. We already have, Kalmaramon, who's basically the slide evolution of Lanamon. She's the first spirit evolution Digimon that I got. Who's up here? Who the Peacockmon? I don't know what this one's called. Wait, why did he just... Son of a bitch. All the woman? Am I? Maybe?
Well, look at you.
Perhaps? Morbid North, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. We have about 2 minutes until the ad break. I just like gathering my favorites. Ooh. Wait a second. What all needed? Intelligence. Okay. Items. Intelligence. You. Pretty sure that was only intelligence 1, but I'm still gonna go check. Never mind, that was enough. Give me my Talmon. Hell yeah. Yeah, of course we're gonna get Sakuyamon. Oh, is that Sakuyamon Holy Maiden mode? That's probably regular Sakuyamon. 2,700? 2,700? Okay, speed is already feasible. That's fine. Jesus. How do I like increase? Oh. Cooler than the blue jerk, right? Wait, what? So much cooler, dude. You're so cool. Don't even worry about it. Okay, can I just attack it? Yes, I can. Whee! Fuck you, Tintamon.
Ready to go.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Okay, hold on. Here, I'm gonna let this battle play out in the background, and I will get y'all the ad break game. And we will be back in just a minute. I'm not gonna go anywhere. We'll still be here. I opened the fishing game for some reason. All right. Put you away, put you away. Start the game. Actually, I kind of gotta pee. So let me pause it here. Bullying poor Tintamon? Listen, he has some pretty good stuff, okay? Oh, that's so loud. That's so loud. Okay, I'll be back in a second. I need to run and go peek, chat. I'll be back in a minute. Don't burn anything down. That includes you, Ordain. Especially you, Ordain. Hey, yo, Ordain's burning the Xbox company? Honestly, kind of worth it. Honestly, kind of worth it. All right, what'd I miss? Who died? Roll that back. Hold on a quick second. I got an email that I need to read really quick because it's important. Okay. It's a thing for the Gamers Outreach Spooktacular Streamathon. Because we're probably going to be doing that. We are probably going to be part of the Gamers Outreach at the end of the month. I think that'll technically be the first charity event I do. I think. I thought it'd be fun while we were playing, because it doesn't start until the day after Vampire the Masquerade comes out. So I figured it'd be interesting to essentially do a charity stream while we're playing a game that I've been waiting for so long. Does that mean Fortnite? Maybe it'll go on the list of goals. Okay, maybe it'll go on the list of goals, but it'll be high up there. It'll probably be like $1,000 or something donated to charity. All right, turn the music off, unmute the game. I didn't forget this time. All right, there's something I was going to check though. What was it? Was it here? Was it confirmed? Yes, it was. Go back. Tensmon. Go back. Go back. Digivolutions. You not having a high enough defense. You, Bergmon. Sheep go rounds. I mean, it's also possible. Possible. I did not say probable. I did, mind you, I did not say probable. Sure. Do this one. Who are you? Probably the one we just saw, isn't it? Yeah, okay. Floramon. Ooh. Vegemon. I'm pretty sure this is Woodmon. Yeah, Woodmon. That's Cherrymon. I don't know what this one is. Even if it's very low, true. Wait a second. Yeah, that's the other thing we're going to check. Please be Mega Copiterimon. Please be Mega Copiterimon. Yes, let's go. Let's go. This is my boy. I fucking love the Copiterimon line. Wait, there's only 2 selections, so that's definitely Hercule Copiterimon. You can't escape the... I'm not escaping it. Y'all just haven't hit the goals. There's still 70 more subs until we hit it. I think we're good. Okay. Oh.
Do it.
Whee! Smack.
Preparations complete.
Being Rhinoceros Beetle is awesome. He's very awesome. He's also a good tank. Double Flymon. Oh, I just realized Infermon's out of energy. Honestly, I'm joking. I have literally not moved it once. The goal has always been 250 consecutive subs.
Great.
Nope.
Do it.
Okay, I was gonna try to get Infermon to get his energy back, but oh well. Oh, he did. He did get his energy back. Okay. Schmack. I like the voice for Infermon in this game. Even if it's not nearly as terrifying as it is in the movie. Still pretty cool. Okay. Time to jump back.
There.
Yoink.
Great. There.
I'm about to say, I didn't realize it was different for a second. I was very confused.
Great.
It's over here. Oh, it's another Flymon. Schmack.
Do it.
Schmack.
Complete.
Kuzamon was my first heavy DPS in Hacker Memories, but Mega Copiterimon was definitely my MVP for the team. He's a really good electric type, too. I was gonna say, I almost always get Copiterimon early on in the game. because he's almost always an early version in any Digimon game. Every single Digimon game has like Tintamon available super early on. All right. Oh, hey. Take Flymon. Don't mind if I do. Okay. Ooh. Okay. The Dunderhead, you made it all the way here. None of you to be trusted. I'm not letting you go any further. However, this is that place because Woodmon's here. If people even see it, Woodmon. Anyway, goodbye. Huh?
Wow.
Wait.
I'm sorry.
Where is he? There's a dot right here in front of me. Is it actually just a way up there somewhere?
Great.
I think it is. I think it's just flying up. Oh! Oh!
Do it! There! 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 You got it! There!
One of these has to be real. Oh, it's you. It's you. The ones with the definitely different color.
Got it! Ready to go!
Here I go. Fighter shooter.
Sarismon here? Maybe. What evolves into Sarismon?
Heck yeah! There! Great. You got it! You got it! Ready to launch.
Okay.
Fighter shooter.
They mentioned Bacchusmon earlier. Kursarimon, Bauhuckmon, Kapaterimon, Ice Steffimon, Greymon, and Tuskamon. Ooh.
Heck yeah! There! Do it! Ready to go.
Oh, two of them. With the cherry bush for a tail, it can evolve into Sarismon? Okay, gotcha. What's right before Sarismon, though? Saris is mega. So what is... What about the others?
There! Do it!
Hold on, we're going to get this box that I can't actually reach, apparently.
There! There! That one!
Schmack.
Ready to go.
Wait, it's ultimate? Oh, shit. Okay, never mind then. Do we need to go farm that peacock? Spider shooter. I don't understand why he twists himself like that, though. It's kind of goofy.
Heck yeah!
Here, get rid of that one, and then we're gonna let the regen mode kick in. Hell yeah! Yeah, Arachnamon. Although in this one she's called Arukanamon, which, not gonna lie, I hate. I hate that. I hate that a lot. Damn, that is some high attack. Jesus. Okay. Who wicks for me? But how close are we for really low HP? Needs high int. Oh. Oh, this one? This one, I'm guessing. Is this? I can't tell who that is. Can't tell who this one is either. That's definitely Rosemon. This one I think is a tree, but so kind of to me, Rosemon's the only one that kind of matters. Eventually. And then these are the different Angemons, but which one's Serafimon? Oh well. Oh, actually, hold on. Still a good distance away there. The second Limon Evo is actually Surismon? Okay, that's perfect. That's good to know. That is good to know. Thank you, Ultima Weapon. We're still probably a long way away because we only just got rank 5. So... close to we int 900. Still a long way away. Alright. We'll do a lot more farming and then we will...
There! You got it! There! You got it! Ready
Damn
to
it.
launch.
Works for me. Oh, I didn't let their energy regen. Shit. Okay. I keep worrying about the next Digivolutions we get way too early. Entirely because of stupid reasons.
I'm sorry.
There we go. Just Sarah's medium. She's fucking cracked. Yeah, I saw it recently. I've only ever seen Sarah's medium. I have not seen.
Do it! Do it!
Oh shit!
Preparations complete.
He went for the really far one instead of the one that was right in front of us. Swing.
There! 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 Do it! Do it!
Oh shit!
Ready to launch.
It really does just kind of go for whichever one it feels like.
Now it's my turn.
War Greymon, Jesmon, and Bialsamon. That's the main reason I got Kurisaramon in the demo. Oh. Yeah, I wouldn't really worry about the ones that you get as like your starters. To inflict deadly poison. Who, Lilith? Or Sarismon? I know Lilith is like deadly poison and injury, I think.
Heck yeah! There! There! Do it!
Smack. Get all these woods out of here.
Do it! You got it!
Every single one of them. How do you think this Woodmon feels hearing all of these break?
Do it!
All of them breaking. Metal Siegemon and Titamon? Ooh. I'm gonna get Mastamon at some point. Oh, I should check and see. Probably off of Lady Devimon what it takes to get it. Especially because now they're based on like personality. Okay, this one's Mastamon. So Lady Devimon has to be enlightened. I thought she was. No, she's strategic. Shit. Okay, so she needs more hearts. Oh boy.
Do it!
Smack.
You got it!
Smack.
There.
Smack.
Wow!
I see you up there, Flymon. Okay, that doesn't look good. Whoop!
There!
I heard that engage sound.
Now it's my turn.
The husk of his dead family. Okay, that was a bit dark for me to say. Listen, it's fine. I don't know if it's dead family or if they like leave or just make the wood around them look like that. It's kind of pseudo-wudo-ish. Weirdly, to my mind. It seems really pseudo-wudo-ish. Also, I feel like we haven't saved in a while. Okay, let's do a save.
Much appreciated.
Oh. Okay. Oh. Okay, that works. Wait, there wasn't another one behind me, was there? No, it doesn't look like it's... Anyway. Oh, hi, Flymon.
Do it. Ready to launch.
They molt, this is my headcanon? Maybe. It could be molt, or it could be like one of their moves where they basically just make duplicates of themselves out of wood. It's something dumb that I've always done since I was a kid. I would do it out of fear of a save file corrupting. So I would always use 2 slots for the same save. Any game that's ever given me multiple slots for a save, I've always used multiple ones. Smack.
Ready to go.
It's all Flymon and Sunfloramon right now.
Now it's my turn. Darkness, wait!
Smashing them to bits. Yep. Why is there a Godamon beating up everyone? Oh, so close.
There. Ready to go.
Smack. Oof. I don't remember a Digimon being called Problem. I don't have a digital problem. Mind your business. Mind your business. It is still so funny to me that the extra strikes attack a Digimon even when they're down. I wish they would like bounce over to the other one. Regardless, it's kind of funny because I just beat a dead horse. Didn't want to lose 100+ hours of my life? Yep. Okay. What else do we have going on over here? There's a Tentamon up here, which probably means it's going to have Kapaterimon in it.
Ready to go.
Hell yeah, give me another Papumon. Hi, Patate. How are you doing? Patate, Patat. Yeah. Readjusting myself here. Patate's a goofball. Smack. Alright. Now give me that Pabumon. And I'm now legally obligated to go Digivolve as much as I can. How old are you? Do you? Why does the plant always turn into a bird? It always turns into a bird. Huh. That's probably feasible. Alright. Oh, the Sunfloramon. Schmack. Schmack. Well, I am addicted to this game. And I'm gonna hate it because for the next like 3 days, I'm not gonna be able to play it on stream. We have Slime Rancher 2 tomorrow, and then we have 2 days of Bloodlines 1.
There. You got it.
Ooh, new treadmill. I'll evolve into bird, good to know. Listen, there's only one crab, and he's a rookie, which kind of sucks. I want a Mega Evolution crab. Nothing over here. Doesn't seem like it. Flymon.
That one. Preparations complete.
Mandatory view message received. Please and thank you, viewer or Dane. Don't think there is? Wait, which part? A Woodmon walking around. Not very stealthy like your brothers. A Mega Crab Digimon? I wish. Is Dane a bot now? No. I just like pretending I'm a bot whenever he sends it. I've been fiending to get back into it again. Oh no. Ooh, box. Ooh, intelligence. Wait. Wait. 970 intelligence. Okay, hold on. Intelligence 2. Hell yeah, dude. Nice. Nice. I don't think we have anything right now that needs speed, right? Question mark? Not the special. You need defense. Wait, what is your defense? Not even close. Lurk check. All right, chat. You know what that means? I need to see some faces in chat. If you haven't spoken today, or if you've just been quiet a while, it's time to speak up. I choose to believe this one is probably going to be... Damn it, I must speak. Damn it, hi, Destrogen. That's a horse. Beta. The horse is here. Defense and attack on Bergevon. Okay. Okay then. How many extras do we have? We can farm some more. There's still more to farm. Hi guys. Well, you made it here. Let me congratulate you. We'll not let you get any closer to the village. Oh man, come on. Time for my babies to shine. Get them, babies. Huh? Oh, hi. Kawagamon. Oh, they're just gone. They just ran away. I think you really stand a chance here. This may not look like it, but they're friends. Please, you've got to help them. Okay. I was going to help them anyway. Just hitting up with the magma falls from the ice type is so funny to me for some reason. I'm out of water. I don't have any more water for the self-care. I'll have to pick between Galamon and Wargreymon. You'll be able to level them up pretty quickly. If you make sure you have two. Because Agumon can digivolve into both drink oxygen. Peem? What does Peem mean? What does Peem mean? Fighter shooter. Oh, you survived that? Really? Okay then. Never tell, but I have to say, people really are amazingly strong. You're so cool. Uh-huh. Even with my weird outfits that I really want to take off. Started to use Digiride on Kapaterimon. He's zooming. He's so fast. The first one I rode was Greymon, and then when I got onto like Kapaterimon or somebody else, they were so much faster. All right, now we can go to the village, finally. Right? Question mark? Up here? Wait, what's over here? Nothing? Okay, if you say so. Funbimon. All right, how many side missions do you think they're suddenly going to give us? Yeah, there's a Blintmon. There's also Mega Blintmon. Wonderful. Almost like a fantasy. A fantasy. Glad you like it. I need to tell everyone about the Titans. Make sure everyone around here hears. Could you go and tell Bacchusmon about it? All right. I want to know what Bacchusmon looks like. You think he's going to be big and fat? I kind of hope he's big and fat. Kinda hope he's big and fat, not gonna lie. World Tree Hunt? Frig with the myths and legends in the human world too? Wouldn't be a stretch to call our various mythologies the greatest anomalies in human history? I'm intrigued, but there's something we can look into later that'll be plenty of time after saving the world. I mean, it's the digital world. It's likely based off of... Oh, wait, what the fuck? No, he's ugly! Oh my god, I hate him. Actually, hold on. We got another shop. Of course it's Gawapamon. Ooh. Okay. Hmm. Shock Plasma 2? Yeah, we'll take one of those. And then I'm going to take a Shadow Thing too. Because I'm pretty sure some of our Digimon are still using Shadow Thing 1. You. Okay, no, he has Shadow Thing 2. But you... Hold on. Oh, only Tempest 1. Okay. You do not need to have Holy Light 1 and 2. Let's give you... yeah, we'll give you that one. We'll swap out Dispel for something else too. You know what? Yeah, Rune Force 2. Do I have another Rune Force 2 to upgrade this one? I do not. Son of a bitch. We need something else. Lethal Blizzard 2? Actually, wait a second. Yeah, we definitely need to upgrade these. Here, let's see. What was his wind ability that he was selling? Thorn Strike 2's physical. Gaia Blast or no? He doesn't have a wind one? I guess not. Damn it. No wind ability at all. Let's see. Let's give you something with fire. That's physical. That's magical. Physical, magical. Sure. This we are definitely going to have to replace with something that's AoE. Yeah, we'll give you lethal. And then do I have... No, but... Let's do something else. Where is... Shock Plasma? Sure. Stat enhancements, not equipment, but things to boost so I can hit certain Digivolutions. I don't think there is a shop, at least maybe not till late game, because I still haven't found one to this day. Okay, these are still the same ones from the last location. That actually reminded me, we probably should swap out some of our Digimon's items. Sleep attack's fine, paralysis nullification. We'll swap this with...
Come on, let's step into the macabre halls of the Dark Carnival.
That
And
works.
please, enjoy the show.
Planning, how was your stream? Did you have a good time? What trouble did you get into? What shenanigans were you up to? Swap you for something with spirit, but... Oh yeah. Oh yeah, take the soul attachment. Then you... Okay, that's not gonna work. Physical? No. Attack intelligence? Yes. Then let's upgrade your attack attachments. There. You need something. Speed 3? Damn, when did I get that? Do that. Fuck it, we'll put speed in there. Why not? Fast Gabumon. How was your stream though, Flan? Digging my mons? Nodders? Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Alright, let's talk to whatever the fuck this thing is. It's got a barrel balance on something there. Oh, I hate him. Oh, I hate him.
What's that smell?
That's the smell of the drunk breath. Start before me and also end right before I finish. Lol, hell yeah.
Excuse me. Who might you be?
But welcome in, Flan. I hope you had a good stream. Did you have a good time? If you need to do any post-stream stuff, I totally understand.
Chief of this village, I guess.
Oh.
My name is Siren Mon.
You know, that is not the voice I expected to come out of a tiny Digimon like Sirenmon.
I mean the chief. We've had a long and one could say inseparable relationship.
I know that voice too.
I mean, there's something we need to tell you.
Oh yeah, I figured Sirenmon was... I'm pretty sure she was an ultimate.
Please, go on.
Good grief, she's naked!
Asked us to come here.
The world tree is going to be targeted. We even ran into Titans on the way here.
Okay. Cheers it is, I guess? Let's go with that. I like that. Does he ever talk or does he just get sighs?
It is Bacchusmon's responsibility to guard the world tree and defend it from the Titans to the death.
Again, I know that voice.
Listening?
But we
Sounds like Tails? I disagree. Well,
so I will go and fulfill that duty.
no, I don't think it sounds like Tails. Maybe slightly, but...
If you're Junomon's envoys, that means you can fight too, right? I'd like some help if you can. Will you come with me to the world tree?
Sure.
Of course. That's the whole reason we're here. After all, never mind.
He doesn't feel like the Great Guardian, so he's not gonna say it.
All right, let's go see what's going on. We'll listen to the whisperings and songs of the world tree.
Sarah Sakura? I don't recognize the name. What are some of the other roles that she's played? Does anybody know? Anybody know off the top of their head? Yay? Nay? All right, let's see real quick. You're maxed out! What do you mean you're maxed out? God damn it. All right, fine. And then I gotta raise her stats again. That's fine. That's fine. Still defense that I have not been raising. Okay, let's go back. Gonna load enhancements. Not you. Not you. Save, save, save. You. At all? I thought I'd gotten more than just this. Oh, this Capitary Mon.
Come on, let's step into the
Hello, Bluno, welcome in.
Carnival. And please.
Oh, I wonder if that was
enjoy
enough.
The show.
Damn it. We're short on speed by some, apparently. Oh, no, not speed, special. Wait, but hold on. Go here, here. Oh, okay, this is because we're like, no, not speed, special, 100 plus. So, hmm. 100 special. Oh, that means we're only 6 short. Damn it. Yeah. I wonder though. Can I just drop is there one of the armors I don't want? Yes, there is. There's one of the armors that I do not care about. Where is he? Flame Dramon! Get out of here, bud. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. We don't have any of the others. Ooh, wait, what are those texts? What are those texts in the special skills section? Okay. Oh fuck, she's hot. Yeah, what did you think was gonna happen? There's Mastamon. Is that Juno? Is that one Junimon? Interesting. Okay, we may have to raise another Godamon. But that's fine. That'll be pretty easy. Methinks. Alright, let's make sure we save again. Alright, we'll go... Oh, wait, what are you doing? Piximon is always drunk. Of course he is. Of course he is. Garudamon. I fucking love Garudamon, dude. Look at that. Look at the units. Fuck yes. All right. Oh, it's Cherrymon. Hey, buddy. Are you just gonna stare at me? Or, oh, you're just always gonna have your back to me? Ooh. Anyway, into the sanctuary. Where's the entrance? Is it over here? Came in has been blocked off unless we get lost somehow? How pitiful! Just give up already? Never. Never. Never! We're just gonna keep spinning. We're gonna keep spinning him. Hello. Are you lost? Try navigating with Analyze. You might find out something.
Over there. There.
Bitch! You found me rustling. What's up, big man?
I've been seen. Well, there's only one thing to do then.
Good voice. Good voice. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, miss. I think we're gonna wait for his, like, power. Wait, he doesn't have a CP bar. Ooh, defense down. Ooh, poison. Uh-oh. That's fine. That's fine. Nice. Yeah, we probably have a poison recover, right? Perfect. A lot of poison recovers. That was when I had a boss fight earlier with the, what is it, Volcanismon? And one of his things is he brings out 4 arms, which means you have 4 targets. And that was really good with having the AoE cross art. Spidery motherfucker from Digimon. Yes, he is, Ford. That's Infamon. Oh, he's confused now. This is just bullying the senile, isn't it? Clawed flame attack is just pure aura farming? Is it? Is it only blue Muramon that has it instead of regular Muramon? Or black Muramon? Is black Muramon in this game? I know there is one. I just don't know if he's in this game. Can Ice Devimon become Lady Devimon? I have no idea. I have not had a single Devimon or Ice Devimon.
Halt! I will not allow you to proceed any further.
Why aren't you moving?
Down, Cherrymon. They're with me.
Sirenmon? I see. I leave the sanctuary to you, then. You may proceed into...
His eyes kind of scare me from this scale. Because in Cyber Sleuth, he was not this big. All right. Hey, there's Nanimon. What are you doing here, bud? Who's there? Fog's clearing up and I hear strange voices. Oh, thank goodness. I thought it was a goner. You fucking goofball. Okay. Yeah, you could de-digivolve him. You could probably get there eventually. If you got Ice Devimon, then you're not too far away from having something that could become Lady Devimon. Are they tearing apart the wood? Oh, they are. They are eating the wood. Uh-oh.
Those damn titans.
She's so small and cute. And then that voice comes out of her and I'm like, wait a minute. Wait a second. Oh boy. More Kawagamons to bully. Damn. Guard break. Uh-oh. Huh. Want to see something cool? Sure. We're gonna save that gun use until later. Methinks. Methinks. Maybe not. That guy's pretty sturdy. Okay, hold on. We'll use the gun. Gun! By the power of gun. Bang, bang, bang! Kitchen gun. Switch out. Digimon will... Oh, really? Okay. Ooh. Oh, shit! Okay, as long as I get the scans for those, I'm fine. Okay, let's do... Well, we're actually going to swap out Cressamon. So when it gets to Cressamon's turn... Oh, I was not paying attention. What happened? What happened? Oh, skills? Wait, on who? Who do I need to select? Lady Devimon? Ooh. Do I need to select Lady Devimon or do I need to select somebody else? Whichever one goes first? Okay. Okay, so that's what those were. Let's see. Holy traits, reduction to... Ooh. This would actually be better to... Nullifies unfavorable compatibility. Works for me. Okay, so that's how DNA Digivolution works. Okay, that's really cool. Okay. But yeah, so it comes with a bunch of different types too. Digimon! Ooh. Oh, okay, that's him spawning more. I really think we only got to get rid of the one in the middle. I'm pretty sure. Here, let's do this real quick, though. Wakey, wakey, buddy.
Please?
What was the one that just said chance to reduction to light resonance? Light resistance. Works for me. Nice. Gun! Again, series 3 or 4. Oh, DNA Digivolution was... trying to remember. 2? Yeah, it was 2. The first DNA Digivolution was Stingmon and Veemon? X-Veemon? Right? Uh-oh. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, darn it. Okay, so he still just has the extra brave. Pyldramon, yeah. Alright, so hold on. We gotta start doing some more single target damage. Oh, I thought I canceled the auto. Spider Shooter, you. Skills, Giga Destroyer, you. Wait. Yes, Sunbeat Blow. Ooh. All the lowered accuracy. Yeah, that's fine. Gun! Itch. Hold on a second. Okay, I just want to make sure what the costs were and what the damage was. Wait, oh, it's because it's reversed. That's why. That's why. We'll try Aqua Pressure. Okay, so he's resistant to a lot of things right now. Ow, pain, dude. Pain. Uh-oh. Shit. Crescent Mon. This will be fine. I don't think we need to worry about it if we could just get down this Metal Quagamon. Yeah, Lunatic Dance. Lurk check sound. Aw. Okay, the fight just ends.
Thank goodness. Is the world tree?
Okay. Mandatory lurker check. Your participation is always greatly appreciated here at the Dark Carnival. If you would like to if you would like to tune up for your own participation, it would be really nice if you would say something in chat right now because Twitch is a punk bitch. All right.
Sirenmon, what's wrong?
Something wrong?
I can't hear the world tree's voice. I can't sense its power.
Can you usually?
Even though
You weird little toddler, you?
Did the Titans suck all the power out? All of it? But that's not possible. How could it be?
I mean, it looks fine. Ooh. Oh, never mind. It's flickering.
The world tree?
Hey, what's going on here?
Pakisman, are you okay?
What did you just remember?
Well, it's an emergency, isn't it? You expect me to sit around drunk at a time like this?
At least he has a sense of responsibility.
Standing around drunk any better?
How impudent of those Titans. They alter the flow of the current didn't they?
The current is the path along which the energy emitted by the world tree is delivered throughout the digital world.
Karn Evil? Oh yeah, wait, no. Oh yeah, I didn't know what you're talking about. Can I get a snooze on the ad break?
One thing I do know.
Can I get a snooze on the ad break, please? Thank you for snooze.
I see. So earlier they weren't extracting anything.
They're reprogramming it.
Injecting it with something instead. Whatever the case, this is bad. The loss of the current will cause a ton of chaos throughout the digital world.
Okay, but where is it flowing to now?
Situation back at the village.
Because he fears the cumulative hangover will kill him. Oh my god. Bloody Mary, blessed are thee among cocktails.
Wait, didn't you just say it was
Is the Dark Carnival in any way related to Carnival? No.
Please forgive Bacchus.
We're not evil. We just like some casual murder. It's fine. It's all part of the show. We'll patch you up afterwards.
The world tree became too much. And now the drinking never stops.
He is Bacchusman.
To show how important the world tree is. In the human world, it would be like
The water supply?
I wouldn't want to imagine a world without that.
Look how uninterested we look.
Gather all the able-bodied young folk in the village.
Holy shit, Mercer? What?
I'm sober. Totally sober now. You
Wait.
got a small favor to ask. A message for Junomon. The world tree has been attacked. An all-out war is inevitable. It's a shame.
Nines Rodriguez, is that you?
Unless we meet this attack with everything we have, we'll lose.
war? Got it.
He drunk himself sober? Nah, he just drank like that. That barrel was full of Pepto-Bismol and he shit it all out.
Around, drinks are on me. I'm counting on you.
I swear to God, that's Matthew Mercer. Oh, there's our new side missions. Oh boy. Multi-wall. All right, let's do another save. Oh wait, this is, it's fine. We'll change it later. But that's gonna be good for today, guys. We're gonna call it there. I need to get something to eat because I have something in about 2 hours. It's going to be a little casual thing. Tomorrow, we are going to be back with some more chill time, technically. It's not going to be Digimon. I promised, I almost said Sunstar. It is not Sunstar. I promised Queens that he would get to pick a game for the, basically, I think it was the 200 mark for September. And so, we need to figure out somebody to raid. I already know who we're going to raid. Never mind. I know who we're going to raid. But we're going to be playing Slime Rancher 2 tomorrow. It's going to be, I think it's going to be a pretty chill game. I think it's going to be fun. Unfortunately, though, I am not going to be starting over on it. So it is going to be like a little advanced. I'm not like that far into the game, I'm pretty sure. But it will not be like a brand new game. We'll just see where I'm at, and it'll probably be a chill time to yap away. We will do an hour of yapping before stream tomorrow. I promise. I just really wanted to play Digimon today. So we are going to raid Atera. Atera is currently playing Little Nightmares with Ray. Visceray. What's wrong, Sunstar? What's the deal? What's wrong? What are we weighing at? Did I miss something? The app session returns? Yeah, the app session is going to come back tomorrow. I promise. We've had 2 streams with no first hour yap session. So we will have it tomorrow. What do we do for raid message? Wiggle. We'll do the we're your problem now. Another wiggle. If you don't have my wiggle emotes, feel free to use any other streamers you have, or if there's an appropriate global emote, feel free to use that too. To educate chat, you will learn. You will learn. So help me God. We do have some other stuff to catch up on too that I have not talked about in the last couple days. We'll see if that becomes a topic for later. Wait, what did I just do? What have I clicked onto? Oh, okay. I clicked onto something I wasn't supposed to. Have a good night, y'all. Thank you for being here. Thank you for enjoying the show. I will see y'all tomorrow. Good night.